Good evening. How's everyone doing? I hope everyone's having a wonderful evening. And boom, I forgot the boom. Um, yeah. It's been a day. I hope we have a good day going through this. Oh wait, we know we're not going to because I suspect a lot of you guys have already seen this and have already sort of come to some conclusions, but let's go through it ourselves and we're gonna have a look. Oh shoot. This is what happens when I try to shave just before a stream. I end up coming on and I'm like, oh, hey, that's a whole thing. All right, let's also unfuzzy myself. I'm trying to run along here. So come join me for some heavily biased commentary because everybody seems to think that commentary is biased. It's just that I never get a clear answer as to what side I'm biased for, because every time I do a video on this topic, somebody accuses me of being biased, and they just can never agree as to which side I'm biased for. Yeah, that's kind of a whole thing. So let's have a look there. We'll have a watch of this. We'll have a discussion. We're gonna sort of go through some of the critical highlights. We're not gonna watch the whole thing because the whole thing is 8 hours, and if you're here, you're probably thinking, I don't have time for that. So we're gonna try to watch some highlights. We may not catch every highlight, but we'll catch as many of them as we can in sort of a reasonable amount of time. This is the correct answer. Runkle is clearly biased in favor of D&D. I do like Dungeons and Dragons. It is a good game. I do keep coming back to it. Let's also set up a goal. I can put up a goal and oh wait, can I do goals? Oh, I gotta actually switch account to the right account so I can do goals. All right, let me do that. I'm gonna do a goal I can't actually promise you guys, but we'll have a goal in spirit. We're gonna start a goal here. This is purely funsies because I can't actually promise this, but we're going to have a funsies spirit goal. Okay. So let's oh yes, here's the other allegation. You're either for one side, you're either biased on one side, you're biased on the other side, or you're a fence sitter. Okay. So, what is going on here today? This is part 2 of a hearing to determine the admissibility of the evidence of the defense's dog bite expert. The dog bite expert basically is here to say that the injuries that were suffered by John O'Keefe probably immediately prior to his death, that at least some of them were the result of dog dentition. Now, if you watch the video and if you've seen those pictures, you'll probably have the impression that that those were dog bites. Certainly, that is the impression I got. But they want to knock out this expert. They want to say that this expert is not allowed to testify because she's not doing so scientifically. She doesn't have science on her side, that she is a bad expert and she does not get a biscuit, whether it's pork related or otherwise. So, all right. Now, normally these hearings are actually pretty... normally a Daubert hearing is actually, or Daubert, depending on how you want to say it, is actually pretty, normally they're pretty boring, right? Normally, and the thing is it's very rare that they take 2 whole days. Normally they take like an hour. Like an hour that they will have. They will spend like, that's how long they'll do it. But this one was 2 full days. And not only are they going after this expert, now I've got to got to sneeze. All right. Not only are they going after this expert, yes, I have some alum and I also have a styptic pencil, and neither of them works for me. So, yeah, and you know how long the average Daubert hearing or Daubert hearing is? It's like the prosecution asks like 6 questions and the defense asks 2, and they they admit the witness, right? Usually there's not a lot of things, but not only do they want to knock out Dr. Russell, there's going to be future hearings because they want to also knock out the guy who does their cell phone analysis, and they also want to knock out the ARCA crash reconstruction guys. They want to knock out the crash daddies. January, this is a good question. When was the Ruggles Vegas meetup? January 23rd. We're doing a Vegas meetup. So January 23rd in Vegas. I haven't yet figured out where exactly, but we will do a meetup in Vegas and be like, yeah. All right. So let's dive in here. We're going to have a look at this. Are they seriously going after ARCA 2? They are. Now, let's talk about this as well, because there's some strategy to this. There's some things. This is a very unusual Daubert hearing. And when you see something that is unusual like that, the question I always want to try to answer is, why? Why is the unusual thing happening, right? Something unusual is going on. Why is it happening? Why is that a thing? And so I actually spent some time thinking about this, because if I saw some people online saying, oh, he's clearly showboating for the jury. The jury's not here, and he's not allowed to, the jury isn't seeing any of this, so he's not showboating for the jury. I have seen some people, people have all sorts of various theories on this. Yeah, we're going to go over the motion later, but just suffice to say, he is trying to bring an application to throw out every defense expert. So, yeah. So let's talk a little bit about Brennan in the most general sense. What is Brennan? Brennan's a defense lawyer. What are defense lawyers typically better at? They're typically better at cross-examination. And why is he bringing this hearing? Because he certainly, let me put it this way. I think she established that she's going to be able to testify last time, right? And there's not really anything on cross-examination. Unless on cross-examination, she said something like, well, at the end of the day, this dog bite stuff is actually just something I made up, and nobody else knows dog bites because I just made it up and it's only in my head and it's not really a real thing. And mostly the way I decide if dogs bites were, was because I use I read tea leaves like that. That is really what they would have needed on this cross for her to get knocked out. They're not getting that, right? That's obviously not happening. So there's a couple of things. First, he's kind of demonstrating that he could beat up the witness. This is a little bit of like, hey, I'm gonna come after you. B, a certain amount of this is building a transcript for this. He's getting to take shots at her now so that he can later use those things in cross-examination of her. And the other thing is he's kind of just, some of this is for us. Some of this is for you and me and everyone else in the audience. Because I think what he's trying to do is he's trying to create a public narrative, and he's trying to create things for those of us who are watching. I think that's part of what he's doing. But yeah, a fair bit of it is this. It's punishing the experts for being willing to participate. We call this beating up a witness, or bashing a witness. And I can tell you that there are some lawyers. I don't follow this tactic. And there's, if a client wants me to do this tactic, it's something that I will like tell them they need to go to someone else. But especially for SA trials, you will get some lawyers who think that an appropriate tactic to take is to abuse the witness and to make the witness want to give up or not want to continue testifying, to the point where sometimes they just are like unwilling to proceed with the process anymore. I have never done that. I will refuse to do that. But it feels like he might be doing that. It feels like he might be taking a shot at her. Okay. So let's, let me just, what is it? Let me just increase the volume on that a little bit. We're going to embed. We are going to, whoop, that's the wrong button. We're going to share the, we're going to share that. We're going to park me here. All right, we're going to watch this one. So now she is the wrong person. Yeah. Lol, intimidate Dr. Russell. She is the wrong person to intimidate because, yeah. Runkle, blood money for the blood gods doesn't require you to join the stream bleeding. I'm sorry, I had to shave in a hurry. Also, we have the goal of Hank Brennan stubs his toe in spirit. We have 4 out of the 10 donations on that. So, okay, so let's proceed with all of this.
No absolutes, and that's what physicians are ingrained to think. There are no absolutes.
So this is Brennan's cross-examination, right? This is Brennan's cross of her.
It's in medicine. So that's why I expressed it that way. But I was certain that there was a dog.
Yet you were testifying as an expert witness, weren't you?
Yes, I understand that, but I was thinking like a doctor.
I see. And you understood as an expert witness that you were asking the jury to rely on your opinion. You were trying to be as accurate as possible, weren't you?
Yes, I usually do, yes.
You were trying to be precise in your testimony under oath, weren't you?
Yes, and I don't see a difference really between those.
And when you use the word...
Okay, let's talk about this for if you ever end up as a witness in a trial. When the other side starts asking you questions like, you were trying to be accurate, right? You were trying to be precise, right? You were trying to all these things, right? They're setting you up. This is setup questions, folks. This is basically to try to keep somebody from being able to wiggle out later on. And so when I heard this is like, she's barely sat down at this point. But when you hear this, you're like, oh, he's going to take a run at her real hard. So at this point, there wasn't like, she hadn't been on the stand for long. And I was like, oh, here we go. By the way, everyone falls for these because there is no good answer, right? You ask these questions to pin people down so that then they can't say, oh, well, I just made a mistake. It's like, well, you made a mistake, but you try to be accurate, right? You try to be precise, right? How come you're making mistakes? Are you just bad at this? But if somebody says, no, I don't think that's true, it's like, what? Wait, you don't try to be accurate? You don't try to be precise? You don't anything? And somebody says I'm cutting in and out. Is that something that others are hearing as well, or is that just one person? I'm going to try to do what I can. Okay, it's one person who was saying I had audio issues, so let's keep going. Okay. So that was just the first thing I noticed, right? And it's not a huge thing, but we also see that one of the things he's doing as a tactic is he's trying to piss the witness off. Now, I said I won't try to, they said I won't try to, what do you call it? To bash a witness. But one of the things you can do is you can try to piss a witness off. That's perfectly acceptable. Nothing wrong with trying to make a witness mad. And he starts in on that. He starts doing that. Are you in Dedmonton or Cowtown? I'm in Dedmonton. Now it's crackling. Okay. Okay, can you guys hear me now? Is it better? I don't know what the problem is with the audio. It just is a thing. Okay, let's keep going because we're gonna see evidence of him trying to piss her off.
Looking at a wound, the standards in the science, the standards, the methodology you would actually use to look at it and see if there's points of comparison, to see if there's similarity. What standard are you working with?
I'm not so sure I understand what you mean by standard then, because I know how I evaluate wounds.
You have personal experience where you've treated dog wounds and you look at it and you're simply deciding whether or not to you this looks similar. You're giving your personal aside, aren't you?
I actually find that offensive.
Oh, okay. Well, is that what you're doing?
No.
So if you're comparing it to
He's like, oh, okay. When she says she finds it offensive. He's not like, he's sort of playing like he's like, that's so unreasonable of you that you find it offensive. It's not happening by accident. He is trying to piss her off, right? And he's getting there. Now, I want you to do the impossible here. Chat, I know that this is something that I'm going to make a big ask for you because I'm going to ask you to try to put your head in the, in the mindset of a person that you probably can't understand. A person who is entirely strange and foreign to us, which is a person who has no idea what this case is about because they didn't follow the first case and they just, they have been living under enough of a rock that they have no opinion about this case whatsoever. And the thing is that for everyone here, that's very difficult to understand because we're all people who are like super interested in not just this case, but I'm guessing we were super interested in other cases as well. So, let's try to consider that person, right? And keep in mind, this is being done not in front of a jury. This is being done outside of the jury. He is setting himself up for the actual trial. At the actual trial, he's going to be less of a dick. I predict. I think he's going to be less of a jerkbag at the trial because I know a lot of us were pissed off watching this. He's going to be more polite. He's going to be more deferential, but he's also going to get those little digs in. He's going to get the digs in a way that is less obvious. But the thing is that because he's been such a jerkbag to her now, she's probably going to go in and she's probably going to be like, I hate this guy. He is the biggest bag of whatever, ever. So what that means is he's basically trying to set it up for a situation where she seems like she's unreasonably hostile and unreasonably biased against this guy. And it's because the jury won't have seen any of this. The jury won't know that he spent this entire time impugning every aspect of her life. And so the jury who watches this is going to, like, who watches the trial is going to be sitting there going, does she hate him so much? Why is she so biased? And you're just like, oh, she's not. She's just gonna see, like. So I feel like there's some tactics to that. There's also, he gets away with so much in this hearing. Judge Bev Canone lets him get away with everything, and it is mind-boggling sometimes. So let's jump forward a little bit just to see what she's got.
Please.
Okay, would you like to
We all
go
have
through it together?
I'm asking you to tell us about what you're basing your opinion on, and you said it's Munich, so I don't know much about.
Okay, that's one of them.
Well, tell us a little bit about that.
Okay, well, in that article, the authors described a fatal case, but also described what some of the characteristics are in dog bite wound cases. What types of wounds you see, their appearance, their distribution, their configuration, the different aspects like that. Many of them are parallel. Things that would affect the appearance of wounds that physicians know about, such as elasticity of skin and other ways that wounds could be distorted from one to another wound. So you have to know a little bit about wound characteristics, and basically things to look for in the forensic evaluation of dog.
When she says elasticity of skin, what she means is that your skin is soft, right? Your skin is bendy. And so when you think about, like, let's imagine a knife wound, right? Somebody slashes with a knife, right? And it's just it's a very straight slash, right? Somebody makes a slashing gesture. They've got their knife out and they slash right, or left to right in just a one sweeping motion, right? So that's a very straight line. But you might not actually get a straight line cut. And the reason why is because the skin might be pulled up in a place, right? And so if you pull the skin up and you slash across it, when you let the skin down, it'll move, right? So that's what she means by skin elasticity. It's part of why, for instance, you can't do certain things, like in this case with the dog bite. You can't just, like, take the dog's teeth and, like, plug them into the injuries and see that it's going to be in exactly the right spot. It's because skin moves, right? So that's sort of what we're talking about.
Right.
Did that article lay out a standard of methodology?
I guess I don't understand what you're getting at.
Rather than having a particular case study where that article talks about a person that was attacked by a dog and deceased, correct?
In that case,
Yes.
however, it
And
referenced.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, if you could finish the question.
Yes, I'm going to let her finish.
Please.
And Mr. Lessie, for objections, just simply objection.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, thank you.
That's just different styles from different places where it's like, yeah, you don't object. Now, the thing is in a lot of places, they would let them object with the full text because there's no jury here. But Judge Canone does not like the full objections. And in fairness, there is the witness who could hear it. So, yeah. Yes, this is the other point. Dr. Russell has done it all, is a pioneer in many fields. If you were not here for The first part of it, you will have missed you will have missed her credentials, which is she is like credentialed in everything. She's like, yeah, I was the first female police officer. I was the I was the I was the like expert in everything. So yeah, I once qualified an electrician with a year of experience on 2 minutes voir dire. F this mess. Yep. Okay.
That article, it was a case report, but it was also a review of previous literature. So in the review of the previous literature that had been published, they came up with recommendations. So yes, there are recommendations in that article.
In that article, it talked about a wound to the neck where the deceased bled to death, correct?
Yes,
Okay. It didn't talk about pattern recognition analysis.
I
in that article.
disagree.
Okay. And did it talk about a standard of practice of methodology?
Recommendations.
No, but that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, did it have a standard, a methodology that it discussed?
These were authors that were practitioners, and they weren't, I don't believe they were in a position to create a standard.
In fact, you can't point to one place where there is a readily accepted standard in the dog bite community for identifying dog bites. You can't point to one article, journal, book.
So here's the thing. There probably isn't a standard guide for how to identify a dog bite, because why would you have a standard guide for that, right? Let me put it this way. Let's say I wanted to identify dog poop, like literal dog poop. Where would I find a guide for identifying dog poop? Well, there's guides on like poop identification, but a guide for specifically like, is there a formula for how to exactly identify something as dog poop? I mean, there's probably DNA analysis. That's about it. But that doesn't mean that I need some formula for all of this, because I might, under certain circumstances, be able to identify something specifically as dog poop with very little information. It might take very, very little information and very little specific information. For example, I might go into my backyard and I might see, Potter running around, and I see poop come out of his butt, and I'm like, that is dog poop. 100%, right? And then you're going to get questions like, well, did you do peer review? And it's like, no, I saw the poop come out of the dog. And it's like, did you do like further testing? No, I saw the poop come out of the dog. It's like, no, I had a definitive thing where I could tell for certain that it was dog poop because the poop came out of the dog, right? So, this is the thing. Is there a like formal thing for differentiating it? I don't know, but yeah.
That's correct.
And so because there is no methodology or standard for you to look at, it involves a great deal of your subjective opinion based on your experience treating dog wounds, doesn't it?
And she's like, you son of a, like, and the thing is he's not wrong here. What's the line from The Big Lebowski? He's not wrong. He's just an asshole. And the thing is this is actually a reasonable question to ask, right? Is that, hey, is this a subjective thing? Is there some subjectiveness to it? And the answer is yes, there are absolutely going to be subjective elements to it, because, you're looking at an injury and you're going, what caused this injury? There's always going to be the possibility for mistakes. Let's say, for example, you've got that like slashing knife wound that I described, right? Where it looks like somebody slashed from left to right. and you see this inch deep slash across their body. Well, it might turn out like you might say, okay, that looks to me like absolutely a medical expert might say that looks to me like a knife slashing across, right? But there is the possibility that that was caused by something else, that there's the possibility that it was caused by a sharp edge on a moving robot part, or maybe a really fast spinning cord or soft string akin to like a what do you call it? A weed eater, right? So the fact that there is some subjectivity to this is not out of line, right? But yeah, her line of, with all due respect, I'm not just someone who came off the street, is yeah.
With all due respect, Mr. Brennan, I'm not somebody that just came in off the street.
I said the line before I played the line. I thought I'd played the line, and instead I'd stopped right before it.
Subjective opinion based on your experience treating dog wounds, doesn't it?
With all due respect, Mr. Brennan, I'm not somebody that just came in off the street. I have at least 30 years as a physician, and I use that information in helping me form my opinions about wounds. I've seen all types of wounds.
So here's the thing I want. Oh, and I didn't have it up on the screen. Let's do it one more time so that you can actually see her reaction. One more time.
And came in off the
Deal of your subjective opinion based on your experience treating dog wounds, doesn't it?
With all due respect, Mr. Brennan, I'm not somebody that just came in off the street. I have at least 30 years as a physician, and I use that information in helping me form my opinions about wounds. I've seen all types of wounds.
Okay, so my question was, because there is no methodology, because there is no standard.
So he is actually pretty good as a defense lawyer, because I can tell, like, after he gets that rebuke from the witness, he just immediately it rolls off him like water off a duck's back, and he is immediately willing to he's immediately moving on. So I actually think he's a lot better than Lally. How do I say, because Lally is bad. Lally, like, when Lally got pushed back like that, Lally got a little bit angry himself. But he is actually pretty good at being able to just keep going. He's got a point he wants to make, and he's just going to keep pushing at it. He is kind of a bit of a Terminator in that sense. And yeah, he rolls with it because he got exactly what he wanted. He's conditioning her to hostility. Yeah. He is actually doing a pretty good job here. But the problem that he has is that this expert, Russell, Dr. Russell, has been testifying in a lot of trials and she's put up with a lot of shit over her life. And so she is actually holding her ground way better than your average bear. And she is just kind of a rock, but she is getting pissed off. She is getting frustrated, and she lets it slip. She's not perfect. I have never, like, how do I put this? If I tried to do this to an expert witness, especially an expert witness like Dr. Russell, who is A, very likable, B, kind of like in there's a line from a movie. It's like, there's some people you can't hit, right? And, there's people you can hit and there's people you can't hit. And, she's somebody you can't hit. What do I mean by you can't hit? You can't, you got to consider optics of how you go after a witness. And what I mean by that is that if you have a witness who comes in, and you just think of the worst possible example of a witness, you've got some arrogant expert with like a little pencil thin mustache that he keeps twirling, and the guy just comes off as a giant douche. Well, then maybe you can actually be pretty hostile to that witness and people will let you get away with it because they also hate that witness. She comes off as like your kindly grandmother, and nobody wants to see you walk up and punch grandma in the face, right? Just, nobody wants to see that. And so typically, if I tried to go after this expert like the way he's doing, I would expect a judge to be like, Mr. Runkle, can you dial it back? You're at a 9 and I need you at like a 6. I would probably get a little talking to about you are being too much of a dick to this witness. But Judge Canone lets him do it and just gives him 100% free reign to just yeah. Bev doesn't like Dr. Russell. I think that Judge Canone is willing to take just to let him go at her. So, at least the first Métis one, and Mernickel was burned in 1927, so she was definitely a cop before this last. I mean, in her detachment, not like the first female police officer ever. She was the first female police officer in her particular area and detachment. So, all right, yeah. But you can tell she's getting a little pissed. Like Dr. Russell is getting a little bit pissed. I mean, look at her facial expression here. This facial expression is basically the same facial expression you would have if you like invited, let's say, instead of just having family Thanksgiving, you're like, I'm going to invite somebody from work, a work friend. And you bring in the work friend and they, and you're like, come, I know you're alone for Thanksgiving. Come join me. And they come into your house and, they like take a seat on your chairs and they just like pull down their pants and just crap right on your floor. That is the kind of thing that you would expect to result in an expression like this, where she's like, are you, it's a little bit of disgust. It's a little bit of, are you kidding me? It's a little bit of like, what the, so, yeah, she does like, Dr. Russell does not like, does not like him and does not like the way he's treating her. And BMW word for the day: timeout. Try it sometime. Find another channel, man, if you're gonna spam that crap. So she is, I don't think she's used to people treating her like this. I don't think she's used to people like giving her this much sass. And she's kind of earned the right to have some respect. But yep. He's not here to give her any respect at all. And it kind of shows. Okay, we'll jump ahead a little bit here.
human being. And so so I have to, as a responsible physician, in every case, go through a differential diagnosis to make sure I'm
going to address this because it's a good question. Would he do this to a male witness? I believe that he would. I think that one of the things he's showing us today, part of this is for us, right? It's for the people watching these. And one of the things he wants to show us is that he knows how to cross-examine. I actually suspect that when we see him cross-examining male witnesses, he might go even harder, including on male witnesses that you like. I'm trying to remember the guy's name. The snowplow driver. What was his name? I'm awful at names, by the by. Snowplow driver. You remember that guy? He's like the nicest, sweetest dude. Lucky. Yes. He just like that guy's like a saint. He's just so nice. I bet that if you hate Brennan now, like if you hate Brennan today, if today you're sitting there going, F this guy, when you see Lucky on the stand and when you see him cross-examine Lucky, get ready to be super pissed off, right? Get ready to be super mad. And the thing is that the skill that he is showing today in cross-examination is something that Lally did not possess. And this is why I think that, and the other thing I'm going to note here, and we're going to see it later on, is that Brennan knows his audience. Brennan has claimed that he's not watched the original trial, that he has not, like, that he does, he's like, I didn't think it was worth bothering to watch the original trial. I do not believe him. I think he's full of, I think he's full of it, right? He's full of dog poop, because it is clear to me that he is watching the original trial and that he is aware of exactly how much the judge will let him get away with. Because some of the stuff he's doing today, or he did, I guess, yesterday, it is clear that he knows that with this judge, he's got all the leeway and he's got all the freedom and he can pull some fast ones. And this is one of the things that, that comes up when you get a defense lawyer who is, who's now acting as prosecutor. Prosecutors are kind of, how do I put this? Prosecutors have a different ethical framework. Prosecutors get told a lot that their job is just present the case, don't take a side, and so you can just do that, right? Whereas, and we are only at 3 out of 10 for the goat. I thought people would want the goat. The goat is sitting on the counter until until it's been activated. But defense lawyers, we're kind of required to, in the words of Fight Club, fight until we're burger, because defense lawyers have to take a harsh side, right? And it can be very difficult for defense lawyers to lose that when they are when they're now prosecuting. So he is running this like a defense lawyer. He's running this where he's like, I need to destroy this witness. I need to anything. Lindsay says, do the chats have to be teal? I think so. The goals are weird. I wish it would just let me set a goal of like X much in super chats, but it doesn't let me do that. So, all right. So yeah, he's going to have some lines here that are even more offensive.
Evaluating and treating the right thing.
No worries at all.
If there's treatment involved.
Also,
When you chose to go through
PCLI.
differential diagnosis, you recognize that these abrasions could be caused by a lot of different mechanics of injury, didn't you?
I considered that they could have been caused by others, but I went through the process.
Well, you were uncertain, weren't you?
No,
Yet you went through this process of differential diagnosis anyways.
yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, you go through the differential diagnosis anyway. Let's consider an example. Let's say I am a a doctor, and I am in like the Congo, and somebody comes into my office and they're bleeding from their eyes, and they're bleeding from their gums, and they're bleeding from around their fingernails, and they have blood under their skin. And I could probably go, oh, I know exactly what that is, and don't get near me because that looks like Ebola. But then you would probably still do the differential to be like, are we sure it's Ebola and not something else? Because of course you do the differential diagnosis, even if you are pretty sure of something, right? Somebody walks in and they're like, I have flu-like symptoms. And you're like, well, the flu is going around and it's flu season, so it is probably the flu. But we're going to do some testing to make sure it's not like, because there's a bunch of other things that have flu-like symptoms, right? When I went in with my, I had appendicitis, and I went in, and the triage nurse was immediately like, this is totally your appendix. But they tested some stuff. They looked into things to be like, could it be something other than the appendix? Let's do some tests to figure out, is it definitely the appendix? And then they were like, oh, yes, it is definitely the appendix, and we're going to chop that out, right? This is something you have to do all the time. Now, like doctors get told when you hear hoofbeats, think horses, not zebras, right? But sometimes you also got to say, well, what if it's a zebra, right? What if it's something else, right? So you gotta, they do have to do the checking. You can't just make the assumption. You have to, so that's what she's saying. And yeah, can you choose 20 blue super chats? I can, I just can't. But we did reach the goal. And so now we have the goat and we can do this. All right, we're gonna do 20 super chats of light blue and higher for we'll activate another piece of property that here. So yeah, I mean, you gotta do the differential. It's just how this works. Okay, so he's gonna keep going and he's gonna annoy me.
And when you did that, you decided that you should focus on car accident.
No, I didn't focus just on car accidents.
Well, what other subjects did you focus on in differential diagnosis other than car accident?
Could these have been self-inflicted, for instance?
You went through that process?
I did.
I didn't see that anywhere in your report
It's in
whatsoever.
my head. I didn't write it down.
Well, aren't you supposed to report the process you go through before coming to conclusions? Isn't that why you wrote a report in discovery and disclosure?
Yes, but
Okay.
The reason why she's frustrated here is because she's like, I know what happened. And the thing is that I don't think that this is something the jury will pick up when he goes over this with her. But I know what happens, right? I know why this happened. So what ends up happening here is he's like, why, you considered self-inflicted. Why isn't that in your report? And she's like, because it didn't take me very long, and I didn't think it mattered to put in the report because I thought about it, and then it was really obviously not self-inflicted, right? It was really obviously, like, it was clear that it wasn't self-inflicted, so I didn't put it in the report because it felt kind of silly to look at, right? So, let's consider I've got a dark and stormy just to start things off. Let's say let's say I've got somebody and there is a knife wound. Like, all I know is that they have a knife wound to their arm, right? And so they're coming in, and one of the thoughts I'd be immediately thinking, if I hear, like, if I'm the ER doc and I hear somebody's coming in with a knife wound to the arm, one of the thoughts I might be thinking is, could this be somebody who has injured themselves intentionally? And I'm intentionally phrasing that awkwardly so that the YouTube censors don't go berserk on me. But, you know, did somebody intentionally injure themselves? Might be a consideration. And, you know, but then they come in and I see that the knife injury is directly like to the palm of their hand, right? Like a stab through the palm of their hand. That would be an injury that would be extremely unlikely as a self-inflicted injury for either unaliving purposes or for anything like that. That injury like that is very typical of a defensive injury. What that would tell me is not somebody is using this knife on themselves, but somebody was facing a stabbing and they were trying to block it and they got stabbed through the hand, because that is a very typical, bloody hell. All right. Can you hear me now? Hopefully. So that is a very typical defensive injury, right? That stab through the hand. Another very typical defensive injury is you will have cuts to the inside of the face there, or the inside there. It's just, it is what it is. Also, this is a really interesting trial because of how little people are able to handle things. How little people are able to handle disagreement, because man, we got a lot of trolls today. Trolls, I just don't have the patience today. So you're just going to go bye-bye. I don't have the patience today. Yeah. So yeah, you know, forearms, like, do you see injuries where somebody's been cut like this? It's probably because they were trying to block the, trying to block a slashing injury, right? So, that's what we got there. Runkle, could goal be for new razor? Probably not. Dog is watching with me. Or tell her she's a good girl. Oh, who's a good girl? Good puppy. Good puppy. So she's frustrated here, but you know, he's able to be like, what? So this is all in your head? And she's like, but you know, this line about it's all in your head is gonna come back, and he's gonna throw it in there. D, such a good lawyer. Anyone with a contrary opinion gets dismissed. I'm willing to entertain contrary opinions, but you got to do it in a way that actually shows. Let's talk about this. If you want to come at me with a contrary opinion, I will entertain your contrary opinions all day with exactly the respect you show them. Because if you respect your opinion, you will present your opinion in a fashion that shows that you think that it has merit. You will present your opinion with supporting evidence, with logic, with the things that indicate that you think you have an opinion worth listening to. Whereas if you come in and the best you can do is throw shit, then you clearly think that your opinion is worth shit. Because otherwise, you would treat it better. And if you think your opinion is worth shit and is worthless and does not deserve the time to articulate it in a reasonable fashion with supporting argument or supporting evidence, then I agree with you. I will just agree with you that your opinion is without value, and you can go away. But if somebody is there and has an opinion that is different from me and is presenting it in a way that they think it's got some respect, or that's worth respect, I will pull those up and I'll talk about it. Because, but if you think your opinion is worthless, then it is. And so, yeah. All right. Carrying on a little bit here, we
You consider car accident as not part of the cause of these abrasions?
That was not the only reason.
That was one of the reasons?
Yes,
Did you look at the wounds and you thought based on the accident there would have been broken bones or other injuries?
that was one of the reasons.
Okay. So based on those two reasons and other reasons, you decided to exclude car accident as the cause of these wounds, correct?
Correct.
And when you made that decision to do that and exclude car accidents,
Yeah,
you didn't really have the experience in car accidents to decide whether a car accident was the cause of these injuries, did you?
Mr. Brennan, I've seen thousands of car accident victims through my emergency medicine career. So I had plenty of experience.
Have you ever been trained as an accident reconstructionist?
No, I'm trained as a physician to treat car accident victims.
Okay, let's talk about this question. Have you ever been trained as a car accident reconstructionist? Car accident reconstructionists don't really look at wounds. They look at like how the car, I mean, they'll look at wounds to a certain extent, but they're not going to be somebody who examines a wound and is like, so no, she's obviously not a car accident reconstructionist. And that's an issue there. So, let's, and D, I'm going to pull up some of your discussion because you are treating your views with a bit of respect here. How did the shards of the taillight get on John, Runkle? I don't know. I don't know. And I don't I don't say that I know what happened. I absolutely do not say that I know what happened. I'm talking about what's happening in this hearing. I also talk about, do I think that the prosecution proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt? Because ultimately, the defense doesn't have to know anything. The prosecution does. And if the prosecution can't prove beyond a reasonable doubt that their version of things actually is the thing, then that's it. So how did the taillight get there? I don't know. I have a bunch of different theories, but I don't know. I'm not required to know, and it's not really relevant to this hearing. But in terms of the overall thing, I think that the fact that at the end of the day, I say I don't know how the shards of the taillight get on there is very damning for the case that Lally brought. Because absolutely, I should be sitting here saying I 100% believe the prosecution's case. And I don't. Because, and so I, like at the end of the case, at the end of the prosecution's case, I 100% thought it was possible that she ran him over, but possible doesn't get me to proof beyond a reasonable doubt. That's just the straight up thing. I don't think that they proved it. I don't think that they, and if I'd been on the jury, I would have voted to acquit because I don't think that they proved it. Here's a question for you, Runkle. That's not how you spell my name, but it is a common error. Why was there no dog DNA, no saliva, no dog hair over John? Well, again, the evidence collection in this case was awful. And so I don't really have a whole lot of confidence in the evidence collection. But the lack of DNA is not proof of the absence of something. It is because there can be not DNA on something, notwithstanding the fact that there was contact. So, all right, carrying on.
That's not what I asked. What I asked you is, you have been trained as an accident reconstructionist.
No.
Have you ever taken classes and certifications in accident reconstruction?
No.
Have you ever gone to a scene of an accident and been asked to give your opinion and help reconstruct the accident?
No.
Have you ever served as a witness in court as an accident reconstructionist?
No.
In fact, when you decided that this...
She's also not trying to say how an accident happened. She's just like, I am good at identifying dog bite injuries. That's all I do, right? So, yeah.
Accident couldn't have happened. You hadn't even read the investigative reports. Had you?
No, I didn't decide that an accident didn't happen.
Mhm.
What I decided was that those injuries were not from a motor vehicle accident.
When you first gave your opinion, in this case, she was done.
Hold on, Mr. Lynn.
She was done. I don't think she was done. He cut her off. Like she was done. Okay.
Next question, please.
When you first gave your opinion in this case, excluding car accident, you had not even read the investigative reports in this case, had you?
That's correct.
Yeah. And when you were asked about materials that you reviewed to give your opinions, you said you were just trying to focus on the wounds and you hadn't read those reports, right?
That's correct.
And the thing is her evidence isn't that no car accident could have occurred. Her evidence, her argument here is really that she doesn't, like, her belief to a sufficient degree of certainty is that this particular injury was not caused by a dog or was not caused by a vehicle. So, like, it doesn't matter to her perspective. But the thing is that you've got to look at this from the point of view of juries later who are not going to be aware of what we're doing. And juries are not lawyers. And so I actually suspect that some of this will be effective when it goes to trial. Brennan is a far more effective and far more like dangerous person for Karen Reed than Lolly ever was. Brennan is going to be able to like sell this a lot better than Lolly ever was. And so, like, for all the people who are like, I hate this guy, I hate him, keep in mind the jury, when they see this guy, is not going to be you. Everyone here in my chat, including the trolls, are not going to be the juror, right? You're not. The jury is going to be people who are unfamiliar with this case and probably a lot less familiar with court cases generally. They're going to be less familiar, less used to all of this. And so when they hear, oh, she didn't look at the the crash stuff, right? She didn't any of that. Then they're going to be like, maybe she didn't do a good job. Maybe she didn't think about that one very well. And so, you know what I'm doing right now, if I am the if I'm the defense team after today, because I do think she's going to be allowed to testify. I think Judge Canone is going to let her testify. Notwithstanding, I don't think he's going to successfully exclude any of the people he wants to exclude. I don't think that was ever like a consideration here. But if I'm the defense, I'm sitting Dr. Russell down, and I'm going, you need to review the accident details, because he's going to ask you this, and you can then say, yes, I have since reviewed it, and it doesn't mean a thing to me. Like, it just doesn't matter to me, right? So this is the downside to going after her so hard in this hearing, is that it allows the defense to see where she struggled, talk to her. And I do think there are places where Brennan scored some hits. I think he scored a hit here. It doesn't matter because it's not on the scoreboard because the jury's not here. But, I do think he scored a hit here. And I think that the defense, if they're smart, goes, let's fix this. Let's solve this problem. Right? So, yeah.
Have you read the reports to
Yes.
date? You now have read the reports?
Yes.
Okay. When you excluded the car accident, did you know anything about this collision between the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe? Did you know anything about it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Whoa. Judge Canone lets them get away with some incredible shit here. The judge should have been like, whoa, you can't ask it like that. Because her version, if you accept it, is that there just isn't, that there might not have been a collision, right? He's like, did you know about this collision? Like, this is, he's presuming his version of things and saying, did you consider that? And it's like, and she's like, well, I don't think he was hit by a car. So why are you telling me, did I consider the hit by a car? The judge is going to let him get away with this for like so long before she finally sort of reins it in a little bit, right?
Can you answer that question, Dr. Wilson?
No, it's not a proper
Did I know
question.
anything
Yeah.
about?
Did you know anything about how it happened?
I was somehow I knew that. Well, I believe I knew that the car was backing up. That's what I was. Somehow I got that information.
So when you were excluding the collision in this differential diagnosis, did you know how fast that Lexus was going back when it struck Mr. O'Keefe?
Again, that's not established. That's actually what we're here to prove, dude. So you can't just take it like this is an established fact when it's your theory of the case. Like, this is not. Yeah.
No.
Do you know how far it traveled when it hit Mr. O'Keefe?
Objection, Your Honor.
So it's a question, the question's proper.
No, the question is not proper because it presumes the fact that it's not in evidence, right? Yeah. This is not the appropriate way to do that. So all right, carrying on.
See if she can answer it. She may not be able to answer it as asked.
Do you know how far the Lexus traveled backwards when it hit Mr. O'Keefe?
Your Honor, I'm objecting to the.
I
assumption.
understand.
Do you understand? Because if you understood, you would not be letting him answer the question like this. And after there's a sidebar, she stops. She starts making him actually note that this is alleged as opposed to, because you could never do this in front of a jury. You could never in front of a jury just like present this question like this. It's yeah, this is the thing. Defense needs to brief the hell out of these objections as a motion limine because they're completely inappropriate to come out of trial. And here's the problem. Here, the defense has a really big problem right now because these are incredibly inappropriate questions. And you know what Brennan is going to do? And you know how I know Brennan's going to do it? Because any lawyer who had this in their potential, as a potential thing would be ready to go with this, is they're going to try to find an excuse to read the transcript of these inappropriate questions verbatim. And so if I am the defense right now, I'm getting ready with an argument to say that these questions have to be excluded and cannot be read from the transcript because they are inappropriate. They should never have been allowed. But now they're in the transcript, right? Now there's something that he can try to be like, I'm going to just confront you with this, highly inappropriate thing. The defense has to get up off their butt and attack this. And yeah, Brennan's being clever. And the thing is he knows that the judge is going to let him get away with it. So yeah.
I understand, counsel. Can you answer that question as asked, Dr. Locke?
As asked, no, I don't know.
When you excluded this collision as differential diagnosis, did you know the angle of the collision between the car and Mr. O'Keefe?
I'm going.
That's like objection. Defense is losing their minds here, and they are right to be doing so. And quite frankly, if I was the defense, I would have, like, at the first instance, the defense should have been like, can we talk, Your Honor? Sidebar, please. Whereas the defense is just sitting there losing their minds going, objection. And she's like, I understand your objection. He's like, no, you don't. Sidebar. They should, like, defense slept on this. And this is a moment when the defense fucked up, quite frankly, because they should have been getting up there saying, I want that sidebar right freaking now.
You see counsel at sidebar.
And finally, she's like, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar. But the defense should have insisted on it right away. That was a defense. Dropped ball. And, call them where they are. The defense missed what they should have been doing there. This is a good question. How would you prepare her for trial after this? I would go over all of the stuff that they hit her with like, you didn't look at this. And I'd be like, well, I want you to look over this. I want you to look over every bit of everything for this case, because they're going to ask what you did or didn't look at. And I want you to be able to say you've looked at everything. By the way, we hear the white noise generator. They've got the white noise generator out for this. And so at the DEP trial, we never use white noise generators here in Canada, by the way. In Canada, what we will do is for an objection, we'll just ask the jury to leave. Like, we'll remove the jury from the courtroom to have an objection. And then the objections will be argued from counsel table. And they'll be heard in open court. So we don't use the white noise machine in Canada. So the first time I heard a white noise machine was at the DEP trial. And I was like, this is neat. This is cool. This is such an interesting method of doing it. And I hate it because I'm here at the trial and I want to hear the sidebars. Why can't we hear this? In Canada, I'd be getting to figure out what's going on right now. But the other thing is, they've got a filter. They've got a gate on the audio here, because the audio has those white noise machines are loud. Like, it actually kind of hurt my ears a little bit in the DEP trial because of how loud the white noise machine is. And when you're sitting there watching at home, you can't hear it because they gate it down so that you don't hear it. But they're loud. It's unpleasant to be in the courtroom when they turn on the white noise machine. So, all right. So, yeah, they've got it now muted and gated. I would not be smiling as much as she is right now because this is not the best moment. But it's weird. It's also unusual that they have the entire, like, John O'Keefe's entire family is coming out for every hearing. So, and they're, I think, trying to get her riled up too. There's a little bit of interplay that we see there. So, and we are at the goal. I don't know if you guys have seen the violin before. While we wait for we'll skip ahead in just a second, but Against the Tide got me the violin. It's not really appropriate for this moment, but the violin. I love the tiny violin. So if the tiny violin is appropriate, it is on the table. Does Karen Reed get to go home each evening? Yes. She is out on release pending this trial. She is able to go home. She is able to. She's not held in cells during this, so which is good. I mean, I think that should be the default. All right, so let us pull this out. Hubby asked, "Why am watching this hearing again?" Me, ever watched an NFL game and wished you had different refs? Yeah, it's yeah. All right, so let's jump back to what's our next moment that I wanted to watch? We're going to jump over to this one.
Backed up, and Mr. O'Keefe was found. One of his sneakers was found next to the curb on the street. You know that, don't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Are you aware of that fact?
No.
Okay, next question.
You were never
You know that, don't you? He's being a little bit of a condescending jerk, and he's doing it on purpose. So yeah. Whoop. What did I do? What did I do? I don't know what I did. Okay. I hit a button and I was trying to set another goal. So I'm like, what, where, All right.
given any of the information, the physical evidence at the scene where Mr. O'Keefe was found to help you engage in this differential diagnosis?
I eventually saw reports.
So you do know. You do know about the sneaker.
I also, well,
But
I don't know that. I don't know where the sneaker was found. No.
Well, what do you know about the sneaker? It sounds like you know a little bit about the sneaker.
She's being a little difficult and he's catching her on it. So this is not great there.
No, I know that in hypothermia, there's a condition called paradoxical undressing,
Bob, I'll probably
where
get
people are.
if the US invades, I'll probably get killed in that invasion. It just is what it is. But I thought this was the weakest part of her testimony, and I kind of rolled my eyes at this because there's this missing sneaker, and she's like, I know about paradoxical undressing. This is not like seriously paradoxical undressing. So what paradoxical undressing is that when you've got people, and we're going to have a little bit of scotch for this little moment, because what the fuck, Dr. Brennan? So what paradoxical undressing is that when you are dying of hypothermia, you sometimes people like take off their clothing. They get this weird feeling where they they get a weird feeling where they are where they're like, okay, they start feeling like they're too warm or they're too uncomfortable, and they start taking their clothes off. And so what'll happen is you'll find somebody who's frozen to death in the woods, and they've got their coat is off, their pants are off, they're sitting there in their underwear, maybe not even their underwear, and they and they're just and it's like, why is this person who was freezing to death found naked? Well, paradoxical undressing. The thing is that with John O'Keefe, nobody's theory of this case involves paradoxical undressing. Because like the defense theory is that he sort of staggered out there after being punched and, passed out in the snow and died that way. The prosecution's theory is that he was hit by a car. Nobody thinks he just decided to sit in the snow for 12 hours to freeze and then got paradoxical undressing. Nope. The paradoxical undressing is not consistent with anybody's theory. And the thing is this is the kind of mistake you make when you are pissed off. This is the kind of mistake you make when you just are so pissed off that you can't give you can't give a reason for that. And yeah, this is another one. The defense theory is that he was carried out and tossed into the snow, and his sneaker was tossed out afterwards. That's also that is consistent or justifiable with the evidence. What is the paradoxical undressing is just not justifiable with the evidence. I put that into the same category as what if a leprechaun stole his shoes? It's obviously not paradoxical undressing, and I think she up when she said it was. Sorry, it's just or when she doesn't say it was paradoxical undressing, but she just kind of floats it out here. And I'm like, it makes no sense. Like it just, I don't get it. I don't get why she does this other than she just ticked off.
Sometimes are found without their clothes and shoes. Because and in this case, there was hypothermia.
Do you have any opinion that Mr. O'Keefe undressed his shoe before he died?
I have no opinion about that.
Do you have any information, evidence to support such a comment like that?
See, the thing is he was hoping that she's going to say, but I expect that at trial, he's going to be like, so during a previous hearing, you mentioned paradoxical undressing, right? And you don't have any actual evidence that it was paradoxical undressing, right? Why would you say that? Why would you say paradoxical undressing? This part hurt her. This part hurt the defense. So paradoxical undressing was the wrong answer entirely.
I'm just advising you that there is a phenomenon called paradoxical undressing. So that is possibly a cause.
And so now she's realizing that she needs to back out of this particular, this particular oops. And so she's doing so.
In that phenomenon, does somebody take off one shoe and leave all their other clothes on?
It's possible they could, yeah.
Right. And you have a case that you've seen
No,
like that?
I have not.
No. Okay. And so in this case, at what point did you learn that Mr. O'Keefe was knocked out of his shoe?
I don't know.
Now, I don't know that she's going to agree the knocked out of the shoe because that's the prosecution's theory.
Objection, Your Honor.
Phrase it differently.
At what point in this case?
Okay, so what I want you to catch from that phrase it differently with the objection, Your Honor, when they had the sidebar, that sidebar over those previous issues that I mentioned about saying, that he was hit by the Lexus and so forth, defense won that sidebar. We can infer that the defense won that sidebar from the judge's phrase it differently, because if the defense hadn't won that sidebar, she would have said, we've been over this. Question is fine. Keep going. So the defense should have insisted on that sidebar sooner, and they should be on their feet for the objections on this one. It just, they're missing the ball a little bit here, but they did catch her before she answered it.
Did you learn that Mr. O'Keefe's body was about 7 feet off the street, fully clothed, not undressing himself, and that his sneaker was on the roadway right next to the curb?
Objection, Your Honor. Same basis.
Did you learn that fact?
No,
Next question.
So as you sit here and testify today, you didn't know that?
that's correct.
When you're ruling out car collision in your different...
Now, the thing is the way he's phrasing this would be also something to object to in front of a jury. You didn't know that? It's like, well, no, she probably didn't know that because they don't think it happened, right? So, yeah.
differential diagnosis, wouldn't it be helpful to know a little bit about the physical evidence of where it was found at the scene?
Again, my focus is injuries. The injuries caused by car accidents, not the...
I missed this in the chat. Rugi, get well soon. Ear surgery doesn't sound like a whole lot of fun. So, yep. Get well soon, pup.
scene itself, injuries. So that's...
How is this a Daubert hearing? It isn't, is the thing. This is, I mean, it officially is. Officially, this is a Daubert hearing. But practically speaking, he is taking a run at her. He's having trial practice. And he's doing this in order for us to see it. He's doing this in order to get some nasty lines into a transcript that he can use later. But nobody goes this hard in a Daubert hearing normally, right? So... yeah.
That's what I focused in.
A dog wouldn't knock somebody out of their shoe, would they?
Excuse me?
A dog wouldn't knock somebody out of their shoe, would they?
I don't think so.
Wrong answer. That one surprised me when she said I wouldn't think so, because I've literally seen dog bites. And I mean, in the case I was looking at, like the case I'm thinking of, they knew it was dog bites because it was a police dog and they watched the dog bite somebody, right? So in the case I'm thinking of here, like there was no dispute over whether the injury was a dog bite because it was cops were like, dog, go bite the guy. And the dog's like, okay, I'm going to bite the guy. And then the dog bites the guy. And everybody knows, like it was, but the guy lost a shoe and the shoe ended up at the police station in evidence, whereas the other shoe that the guy was wearing ended up at the hospital because the dog grabbed the guy and pulled the guy. And when you're pulled off your feet by a dog, you can lose a shoe pretty easily, right? So I have seen a dog bite take somebody's shoe off. So yeah.
When you are excluding car collision as the cause of these abrasions, and you,
All right, we're going to jump a little bit forward.
Correct.
when I asked you before when we were here the last time about any cases where you had to make a diagnosis without information, you couldn't point to one. I asked you to give me one example, and you couldn't give me an example, could you?
I don't remember patients' names.
And so when you rely on the reporter as a medical expert, you take what they say, right? And you assume it's true.
Oh, not always,
I
no.
see. You
No,
look and see if it's
absolutely
not.
Objection,
One,
Your Honor.
excuse me, one person speaks at a time. Let
Please.
her answer, Mr. Brennan.
No, I don't always take what they say as true because there's many reasons why people do not tell the truth.
Now he's going to phrase his questions about this very, very carefully. He's going to say, have you ever seen a case where somebody is, have you ever seen a case where somebody is, said it was a dog bite and it wasn't a dog bite? And what is it? The thing is that that's the wrong question. Have you ever seen a case? Because nobody goes in and says it was a dog bite when it wasn't a dog bite, because a dog bite is pretty distinctive. However, I could possibly see somebody claim something to be a dog bite when, when it was or claim something was not a dog bite when it was. And the reason why I could see that is because somebody gets bitten by their dog, and they don't want to have their dog put down because they love their dog. So they're like, yeah, no, I did this by accident, right? So somebody might say, oh, yeah, this is not a dog bite when it was, because they, he's very careful not to ask that question. He instead asks the other one. So
Did somebody ever come in and say it was a dog bite and you did differential diagnosis and pattern recognition analysis and determined they were lying, it was not a dog bite?
No,
In all the hundreds, thousands of cases, never has anybody reported to you a dog bite and you determined independently through your powers that it wasn't a dog bite.
not dog bites, but other wounds, gunshot wounds, stab wounds, many other kinds of wounds.
I don't think anybody is ever coming in and claiming that a stab wound is a dog bite, right? What is a Daubert hearing? It is a hearing to determine if an expert's testimony is sufficiently scientific and sufficiently helpful and sufficiently useful that it can be presented to a jury, right? Because you can't just have anybody come in and be like, I'm a science guy, and then they get to... So, yeah. Is this his main channel? Yes. Is this live? No. This is all pre-recorded, Ben. I recorded this last week. I'm just really good.
People report that they occurred a certain way, and actually they have occurred a different way.
With respect to dog bites,
Mhm.
every time you've treated a patient, they've either told you what happened or somebody with them has told you what happened.
Or they didn't know what happened.
Okay. In this case, when you were excluding the collision as the cause of the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm, did you look at witness statements?
As far as I know, there were no witnesses to the event.
Okay, well, did you read the
That's fair,
testimony
man.
of
I'm just being a
Officer
little,
Sarah?
being silly.
Because the witness who talked to him was Karen Reed. Did you read that?
Objection, Your Honor.
So ask the question differently, Mr. Brennan.
Okay, did you know that Officer Sarah reported that Karen Reed said, "This is all my fault. This is my fault. I did this." Did you consider that or know about that when you made your differential diagnosis regarding the collision?
At some point, I did know that there was a statement like that.
Not like that. Did you know about this statement? "This is all my fault. This is my fault. I did this." Did you know about this statement?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you know that statement? I'm allowing the question.
No.
Let's move on.
Did you know
Mr.
about the statement to Mr. Flamati? "I hit him, oh my God, I hit him." Did you know about that statement?
Not that statement, no.
And the thing is those statements are disputed statements. Now, for the folks who are like, yeah, you can see that like her family is looking pretty annoyed at this. So yeah.
Did you know about the statement that she repeated repeatedly? "I hit him. I hit him." Did you know about that?
I learned that there was some question about whether there was a statement or a question, did I hit him? I learned that. But that doesn't, I mean,
Where
okay,
did you learn that from?
I don't remember.
Okay. You said that you had,
So he keeps going with that and basically trying to say, well, did you consider that she confessed? And the thing is those are disputed statements, right? And the thing is I don't know how that would affect your assessment of the injury, but he's allowed to ask it. He's allowed to ask it.
photos.
I looked at photos, correct.
And as far as the housing for the tail light, what is that made out of?
I believe it's made out of a plastic, and there's a metal around it.
It's made out of polycarbonate. Now he's later going to suggest that it was made out of glass, and it's not. It's made out of polycarbonate. Like the plastic from a tail light, is like the polycarbonate. It's not like it's a specific kind of material, right? So
It's metal.
Yeah.
What's the shape of the metal around it?
What's the shape?
Yeah, what is it, when you're describing the metal that you saw, what does it look like?
Well, it looked like there was some curves in it.
Curves?
Yeah.
Any straight lines in it?
Yeah,
Yeah. Any jagged parts of it from the breaking?
yes.
Okay. And inside, were there other parts other than just the casing, like wires or metal sticking out?
Yes.
How many pieces?
I don't know how many.
Okay. Did you ever measure those angles or study the angles of the pieces of metal and the casing?
No.
see, this is the kind of question that I would be asking too as a defense lawyer. And I know they're kind of shitty, but you have to do it because you're a defense lawyer. Did you study the angles? Why did she not study the angles? Because why the hell would you actually care? Like, no, of course, nobody studied the angles of the trim of the, of the polycarbonate, holder, right? Nobody did this because why would you ever do that, right? Nobody, but he's going to ask her if she did because it makes her look like, oh, well, you didn't do those things, right? And the thing, this is part of trial practice, right? If you've got something where you can make the witness look stupid, then you do it. But at the same time, I'm sitting here and I'm like, of course she didn't. And the thing is I know why she didn't. This is just how you do this. And I know he's the prosecution, but he's a defense lawyer by trade. He will have learned to do this. And like, this is just how you do it, right? This is how you roll. So I get it. I don't like it. I don't like it as a person watching it, but I also know exactly why it's happening. And if I was in his shoes, I would be doing it too. Okay.
And you never studied the angles or took measurements of any of the shaft light, did you?
No.
Okay. Now, sharp objects can cause puncture wounds, can't they?
Yes,
Sharp objects can go through clothes and tear.
Oh, his tone there is like, ooh.
No, let me finish. You can answer. Sharp objects can puncture a hole through something like a sweater, can't they?
they can.
And if that object comes back out, it can pull the threads back out with it, couldn't it?
Theoretically, yes.
Yeah. And a sharp object, like glass, can poke apart.
Glass is completely irrelevant here because nobody is saying that it was glass. Polycarbonate is different than that. So yeah. Ben Aaron, we got no problem. Anyone like I got no issue with Ben. Ben is good. We like Ben. don't give Ben any grief. We like Ben.
A hole in a tear in a sweater and then rub up against the skin, causing an abrasion, couldn't it?
And, well, yes. Yes.
And if the glass and the angles and the shattering is irregular, it could cause irregular type abrasions.
Not like that pattern, no.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, can irregular glass that penetrates a sweatshirt or a sweater and rubs up against the skin, can it cause irregular looking abrasions?
Yes.
And if there's two pieces of metal or glass that are straight, could it cause a linear abrasion?
Yes.
Would you agree with this statement? In a car accident, linear wounds are most commonly caused by contact with shattered glass from the windows, particularly tempered glass, which breaks into small, sharp shards that can create linear cuts on the skin when the body impacts it during the collision. These are often referred to as dicing injuries in forensic medicine.
Yes, and so they're not really very long linear. They are tiny linear abrasions or lacerations.
Abrasions come in all different sizes.
Right, but the ones that caused by tempered glass are very, very characteristic.
But like now he's got her doing it. Tempered glass doesn't matter. Tempered glass doesn't have anything to do with this because it is like it's not tempered glass. It's not glass at all. It is polycarbonate. It's a very specific material. And so the question is, could polycarbonate do this? And if we're going to get into the weeds on like the specifics of polycarbonate and its particular traits, do we need like a materials engineer to talk about polycarbonate? I like when she says that tempered glass, where would you find tempered glass on your car? All over the place. Like when you actually see, and you know, the cocktail glass isn't going to do it. Like, and the cocktail glass wouldn't be tempered glass either. Tempered glass would be like a broken windshield would be tempered glass. You're like the windshield, and now in a lot of modern cars, the side windows might also be tempered glass, but they're made so that they break into little fragments. And the reason why they cause those little tiny cuts is that they are little tiny pieces, right? But nobody said that there was tempered glass. Nobody. There's no tempered glass anywhere in this, like not in the prosecution's theory, not in the defense theory. Nobody has any theory that involves tempered glass here. So it's like, well, what happens if like Jello hits her? You know, or Jello, like there's no Jello. Like just no.
Does glass cause a slicing pattern?
It can.
And it can cause a linear abrasion.
Yes, but there's a specific pattern with tempered glass.
I understand.
And I don't think anybody looks at those things and they say that it's like that this doesn't look like a glass injury in like the slicing form. So we'll see.
That You have an opinion.
Oh, no, it's fact.
Okay.
It's in textbooks.
Yeah, it's in textbooks that glass can cause linear abrasions.
The tempered glass pattern is in textbooks.
Glass from this broken taillight could cause linear abrasions.
That probably, yes, I agree.
Okay.
There's not any glass. Okay, there is glass in the tail light. The actual tail light itself is the actual tail light itself has glass in the sense of the light bulb. But the tail light cover that we're talking about here is not glass. So the tail light cover is polycarbonate. Oh, and I'm saying on a Lexus it would be an LED. Okay, fair. I think the LED might have some. Well, it might have plastic. So, yeah, polycarbonate, folks. This was driving me nuts because I'm like, it is.
So the glass that was in this debris field that you got a little look at, it had sharp edges, some of it, right? Yes?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
imagine so. I don't know for sure.
Hey, it was worth
Do
trying.
you know if it had parallel edges?
Parallel?
Yes.
I don't know.
Okay. Now, when you're looking for trace evidence to see if something caused an injury, you look for remnants of that evidence, don't you?
Yes.
In this case, you didn't do any study of the clothes and you didn't do any study of the actual Mr. O'Keefe's body, right?
I did not have hands-on
Okay.
study.
I mean, she didn't come in. Like, at the time she came in, the body was already dealt with, right? I don't know if he was cremated or buried, but they're not going to, like, dig him up or, like, put him back together after the fire, after the cremation in order for her to examine this. This was, like, way, way afterwards. So, I mean, yes, it's fair to ask, and I would ask it too if I was in his shoes, but it's like, it's obvious that she didn't touch the body because, of course.
Correct.
But you did learn that there was something remarkable in Mr. O'Keefe's sweater, didn't you?
And can you be more specific?
I can. Glass.
Something remarkable about his sweater. You could be like, yeah, it was really ugly. Like, that's such a broad question. There was something remarkable about his sweater? What do you mean remarkable? Like, is it okay?
Shards or broken taillight plastic shards. You understand they were found in Mr. O'Keefe's sweater, right?
Doesn't surprise me.
Well, I know it doesn't surprise you, but the question I'm asking you is when you decided to engage in differential diagnosis and you decided to exclude collision as the cause of this abrasion, didn't you want to know all the facts and information in considering whether it was the taillight that caused the abrasion? Didn't you want to know that information?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were considering that information, did you know from the criminalistics reports that shards of that broken taillight were littered in his sweater?
I did not know that.
When's the first time you learned of that?
So this is, again, this is how you muddy the waters with an expert, right? And this is just kind of standard and so forth. But the question is, how did it get there? What is, like, these are the issues that the defense is going to have, is how did the taillight get there? And yeah, he's making some big assumptions about the availability of actual information. Experts always have some stuff that they don't know. But you always do this, right? You always do this with experts. It is what it is.
Right now?
Right now. And so when you've prepared for this case and you've received materials from the defense, nobody has ever sent you, ever, the criminalistics reports that show taillight shards were in his sweater where the abrasion was. No one ever showed you that?
I don't recall seeing that at all.
Wow. Talking about being
See, some of this is showboating for a jury who isn't here. Oh boy. Wow. Like, that's showboating for a jury. So yeah. Now, somebody said, is he doing a good job for the state's case? The thing is, it's been reported that apparently like 7 out of 10 wanted to convict her on one of the charges. And the thing is if or 7 jurors, sorry, wanted to convict her. I don't know if it was 10. I'm just and the thing is this guy is way better than Lally. Way better than Lally. And if they got to a hung jury last time, and now they're running a lawyer who is way better than Lally, then the thing is that if 7 out of 12, there we go. I am nervous if I'm Karen Reed, because this guy is obviously better than Lally. Like, if him and Lally were at a lawyering race, this guy is hitting the finish line at the point where Lally is still tying up his shoes. And so if I'm Karen Reed, I'm feeling a little bit worried because it was a hung jury last time, and now they've got this guy who's much better at his job. Just is. Full stop. And that guy is basically telling Lally, go sit in the corner. Daddy's got this. And I would be a little nervous if I was Karen Reed. Her defense team is going to have to bring their A game. And I know people don't want to hear that. People want to hear that this is going to be an easy acquittal. But it's not. It's going to be a difficult case. And I would be concerned. And that isn't a statement of her guilt or innocence, factually. It's just a statement of trial is kind of a game. And it's a game with really high stakes. But this one is going to be a lot harder for Karen Reed. And, assuming she's innocent, because, innocent until proven guilty, this has got to be some keeping you up at night shit. So, yeah.
Detective, using circumstantial evidence and trace evidence. I want you now to consider this new evidence that you didn't know before you testified at the voir dire and the trial and the first litigant hearing. I want you to...
I'm sorry.
So let's hear the question first.
When you were ruling out the tail light as the mechanism of injury, when you excluded it in your differential diagnosis, and you said to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these injuries that you looked at were caused by a dog bite. Now that you know that there's a debris field of shattered taillight right near the body of Mr. O'Keefe, and now that you know in his very sweater with the abrasions, the same arm under them, is littered with shards of taillight from that Lexus.
Want you to think about what the jury's thinking about right here. Do you think the jury right now is finding this persuasive? Because I do. And I say that as somebody who leans towards Karen Reed's innocence. But I think that he is really a good showman and that he is going to be... It's a very different game. And L. Fliggins makes an excellent point here. Attorney questions are not evidence. And I don't believe for a second that juries are actually able to make that separation. We tell juries that the questions are not evidence, but I don't think that juries actually clue into that in the slightest. Not even a whisper of that. So...
Does that in any way change your
Jury's not present
analysis
during
in your
this, no.
differential diagnosis,
He's going to do this again in
excluding
trial.
the car as the mechanic of injury for that abrasion?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that minus the police officer part, the detective part.
No, it doesn't change my, my conclusion that those injuries, those abrasions were caused by a dog bite.
By the way, one of the things I tell witnesses to do, like experts, is if the judge says something like, I'm going to allow that question minus this bit, I'd be like, well, I don't know what the question is anymore because a piece was missing. So could you please, could you re-ask the question? It's often useful to have it like, can you ask the question again after the objection? Because I mean, people forget what the question is. But the other thing is, if he was allowed part of that question, make him rephrase it, make him redo it, make him do the work. So if I'm an expert and they get, I'm going to allow that minus the police officer. I'm like, so can you ask me the question minus the police officer? What does that mean? What does that look like? Yeah. All right. So let's jump to here.
It's materials, doesn't it?
I believe so.
Yeah. Well, it's in some of those studies and reports and books you've studied all these years, isn't it? That that's exactly what happens?
That they increase their production
Yes.
of saliva? No, I haven't seen that,
Okay.
but it makes sense.
And so when the dog bites a person, if they're biting through material, that saliva naturally could be embedded in the material, couldn't it?
So here's the argument he's making right now. The argument he's going with is, why is there no dog DNA in the shirt? And her thing is, well, they sucked at collecting the evidence, and he never lets her get that out. But that's what she's going to try to say. And yeah. But he's like, the dog is all slobbery and blah, blah on the face. And so why is there not DNA all over? She's like, I don't know. Now, here's the other thing is that just because you don't find DNA on something doesn't mean anything. And especially if you don't find fingerprints on something, it doesn't mean anything. This is my phone, right? And I handle my phone all the time. And, I am putting my hands on the phone right now, just like fondling up the phone. Okay, phone is going to file an HR complaint. We're going to stop that. But if you went and if you went and looked for fingerprints on this phone, about 50-50 as to whether you find a fingerprint on it. And so as a defense lawyer, when I'm usually trying to argue that my client didn't do it, I'm sitting there and I'm like, so did you find fingerprints on this? No. It's like, so you don't have any evidence that, that my client touched it, did you? And they're like, no. It's like, well, but the fact that you don't find a fingerprint on something doesn't mean somebody didn't handle it. Similarly with DNA, let's say you swab this shirt. I think it's kind of, goes without saying, I am wearing the shirt, right? Everyone agrees the shirt is on me right now. If you swab the shirt, you will probably get Runkle DNA off the shirt, but it's not guaranteed. There is no guarantee of that. And so the fact that there isn't DNA found, now let's imagine that I, slobber, or that I, let's imagine, if you do a bad, a bad swab of it, then it's even worse. And I know this is trolling, but we're going to go with it anyway. Okay, now bite down and slobber on your phone. Oh. I know it's trolling, but I was like, okay, that's just too much fun.
Could be, yes.
Yeah. It's something like a sweater. Right? It traps liquid, doesn't it? Been out in the rain in the sweater. You don't want to wear a sweater in the rain. You'd be soaking all day, right?
That makes sense, yes.
No,
There
I'm a
was
Canadian
no
lawyer.
dog DNA found anywhere on the holes in that sweater, was there?
No,
You understand that the crime lab took swabs of every one of those holes, right?
I don't know how many holes they took, but
Well,
yes.
Before you
multiple.
discount or allege a
Now, I think that the evidence was that the crime lab took swabs around the holes as opposed to in the holes. So that's a different question, right? So we'll have to see that.
conspiracy about DNA taint, wouldn't you want to know what they did before you criticize them?
I know that they took swabs.
Okay. Do you know that they took swabs of every hole?
No,
Do you know that they then packaged
Amazing.
them and they tested and they sent them to UC Davis?
I know there was an interval of time
Well,
between the,
people are exonerated.
Your Honor.
Hold it, I just need to hear the answer. Next question, please.
People are exonerated decades after
She's like, objection. She's like, I just need to hear the answer. How's that? How, like, that's not how you handle an objection, but yeah.
they've been wrongfully convicted based on DNA. Yes?
Yes,
DNA lasts for a long time sometimes, doesn't it?
it can.
Okay. And so you know that the DNA or the samples that were swabbed from the sweater was sent to UC Davis. You know that.
Yes,
And you know when they did the analysis, there was no dog DNA,
right,
right, on any of those holes.
right.
And you've opined that these are bites, keep going in and out of those holes all the way up and down the arm.
Yes,
Now, it is remarkable that there is no dog DNA on any of those holes in the sweater, isn't it?
Now, Lally was not good at pursuing this. Brennan is much better at pursuing this issue. And the problem is that juries tend to think that DNA is magic. And so the defense, if I'm defense, I'm taking some notes here as to exactly what I need to deal with in terms of approaching this for us. Because if I'm the defense, I'm like, I have to hit this DNA problem because it's a problem. I need to establish why there's no, and they do try to tackle it a little bit, but now the thing is he's like, you can find DNA, like we solve cold cases with DNA all the time. But the length of time that DNA is useful for depends a lot on how you handle and how you treat it. Because sometimes they're able to find DNA on something like 30 years later. And sometimes the DNA on something is ruined within a month. It all depends on what you do with it, how you treat it, and so forth. And yeah, this isn't the time for the defense to tackle it. Don't show your playbook. This is the time for the defense to take notes and be ready to tackle it later. How many hours of prep go into an hour of court time? I think it's about 4 to 1. 4 hours prep for 1 hour court time. It really depends, because I've had cases that I could have walked into blind, like could have walked into cold and won it. I have literally done this because I've literally been in what we call low complexity court here in Canada, or here in Edmonton. We've got a courtroom that's the low complexity court. And I've quite literally gone up to somebody and been like, can I see your file? And they're like, why? I'm like, give me your file, dude. And they're like, they hand it over and I look over it. And I'm like, so you don't have a lawyer? And they're like, nope. And I'm like, are you okay with having a lawyer right now? And they're like, what do you cost? And it's like, nothing. I just see you looking sad, and somebody's got to help you. So I have won some of those cases where it's literally, I saw the file just before the trial starts. And I have had files where for a single, I had a file that I won over a very short, it was a very short trial, but it took a ton of prep to get to that. It really depends on the case, right? But I mean, I think 4 to 1 is a pretty good estimate overall, is kind of an average. Kind of, so yeah. All right. Carrying on here, we're going to let's jump to everybody's favorite moment. Did we miss the fan? Because if you missed the fan, then there's the fan. That's just in case. All right, let's jump back.
In the voir dire about wound number 2. Do you remember what you said that you thought that might be?
I believe I said bites or scratches.
Teeth or claws, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have rules in Canadian law where you have to be attired appropriately, and that means, depending on the courtroom, either suit and tie or else gown. So they won't let me wear a suit of armor, because I would totally do that if they would let me. I would totally come in on a suit of armor. And somebody asked a very good question. Wait, was your Supreme Court case also 4-1? No, the 4-1 thing that I was talking about is for trial. If you're talking about appellate work is probably about 20-1. Like 20 hours, like 40 hours of prep to do a 2-hour appeal, is, I think, not unreasonable for an appeal. For my Supreme Court appearance, I think my Supreme Court appearance, I spoke for about, I think we were going for about 4 hours. And so when I actually look at it, the time ratio of prep to actual talking in court would have been more like 100-1. 100 hours of prep to 1 hour of being in the Supreme Court is, I think that's about where I was. So, yeah, you have to do a lot more prep compared to the speaking time for appellate matters.
Now, at trial,
every single time.
You change your opinion at all about teeth or scratches?
I'm not sure.
Do you think you said at trial that this was not scratches, but most likely teeth?
I may have said that.
Okay. And then you testified at this hearing, didn't you?
Yes.
And now definitively you're saying this wasn't scratches at all, it was teeth.
Definitively, I cannot say that. They still could be scratches. There's a possibility that 2 adjacent nail marks made that.
So you're saying this could be nails or could be scratches? I mean, this could be nail
Right,
scratches or could be teeth?
Yes, there's a possibility that those could be scratches.
Okay. When you were asked on direct examination, that wasn't...
So his argument on this is going to be, well, she doesn't know because it's either nails or it's scratches. What is it? If she doesn't know if it's nails or scratches, then she doesn't know if it's nails or scratches or polycarbonate. That's the argument he's going to make. It's the argument I would make in his shoes. And that's going to be where they are there.
Your testimony, was it?
I
turned you to page 101, line 13.
On what day?
I'm sorry, the last hearing date is the thickest.
By the way, this is like when you've got, this is where it's fun, where you're like, hey, it's, let me take you to this specific thing of the transcript, because you have to have the transcript not memorized, but at least itemized so that you can get it identified. Now, here's the other thing I just see when I look at this. You've got all of these marks, which are fairly parallel, right? And so you can assume that if all of these marks were made at the same time, that this arm would have had the elbow bent a little bit. But this looks like bigger than the tail light to me, right? This looks like too big for it to be a tail light. I don't know. I'd want to hold it up to the tail light and see, but it looks to me like multiple, like it's got to be multiple things. I don't know. That's just how it looks to me. The other thing I just will tell people is if you become a trial lawyer, it is best to have a computer that you only use for trial lawyer stuff, because you don't need to have your computer showing everything and it pops up with a Discord notification that is like, hey, dude, you going out for drinks on Friday? So if you've got a computer that you use to broadcast, it should be used for only that. Have a dedicated computer. You can get one for like $400. It is a good use of your funds for a defense lawyer. Or for a
of
prosecutor.
the three.
Prosecutors are getting paid for it by the government.
Yes, it's
so you don't-
page 101, line 13.
Yes.
It's the thick one.
Yeah, you should not have a Vosh moment in court. No notification popped up, but it's
Okay.
worth commenting.
No, that's the wrong site, so we're gonna, you got that one. At that hearing, when you last testified, did you say that teeth made those marks? You are unable to say which teeth, but it was teeth?
Yes, I believe I did.
Okay, so your position from the voir dire and from the trial testimony changed regarding this wound when you last testified at the Lanigan hearing?
I still think that they are probably teeth, but I cannot 100% rule out scratch marks.
Did you?
So what he's going to say is your testimony changed from one hearing to the other, and then later your testimony changed again. So you've given three different versions of things, and this is the danger of testifying multiple times, that you're never going to testify perfectly. Also, I hate the nostril cam. If I'm a judge and I'm ever in the position of allowing cameras in the courtroom, I can tell you 100%, I will be like, you are not going to do close-ups of the accused. You are not going to zoom in like this when they're talking to their counsel. And if you violate this, I will, in a second, ensure that you have a free place to sleep. You will get a free hotel room. And the free hotel room is going to be in cells. And there is meal service. There is dinner served in this hotel. And the dinner will be a slice of bread, a little bit of butter, a piece of bologna, another little bit of butter, and a slice of bread. And that will be supper. There will probably be an apple, and there will probably be a little thing of orange juice. And, yes, it'll be a gated community. It'll be, it'll just be like, yep, F around and find out.
Say something like,
Baloney.
I'm not sure exactly what teeth made these. One of them could, one set of these could be canine, one part of this, and an adjacent incisor tooth, but I'm not sure on the second set.
Again, it goes to the fact that the wounds
I don't think they
are
usually
not
do
very
neutral lobe.
specific for differentiating between between teeth and claw marks. However, it's in the setting of a pattern, one can get a whole lot more information, and that is supported by the articles.
So getting back to wound number 2, when you described this for Mr. Alisi, he suggested to you, so even though you may not be able to identify the specific aspect of the dog dentition, you're able to identify this is from some aspect of dog dentition. Is that what you're saying? And you said yes. So you were saying at the last hearing, this is from dog dentition.
Mm-hmm.
Dog dentition is different than toenail marks.
Paw marks, yeah.
So
Yeah.
your testimony
Yeah.
that you offered the jury in this case was different in regards to wound 2 than the testimony you offered the court at the first part of this hearing.
The jury?
Yeah, the jury. When you testified at trial, you said it was claw marks or teeth.
Uh-huh.
You said at the last hearing this was dentition, teeth. So the opinion has now changed.
I think for the most, I'm sorry if maybe I made a mistake.
No, I don't think so.
In Canada, apparently Nutriloaf they stopped using Nutriloaf in Canada 20 years ago. They said Nutriloaf is not acceptable. It is cruel and unusual punishment. So, no, Canada does not do Nutriloaf anymore.
I think your opinion has changed. You said this was either claw marks or tooth marks. You weren't Sure, there was uncertainty at trial.
Uh-huh.
At the Lanigan hearing, when you were asked by Mr. Alisi, he asked you specifically if this was dentition, and you said it was.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so ask the question differently
Okay.
about the commentary.
You're saying now this is not scrape claw marks or toenail marks. This is by teeth, dentition.
I actually think it could be either.
Okay. Now, would you agree that is different than what you said the first time you testified at this hearing?
It sounds like it.
So you've gone back and forth, kind of.
Okay, so we're going to interrupt here because I've got people asking, what is neutral loaf? Okay, neutral loaf, we're going to embiggen me for this. Neutral loaf is horrible. Neutral loaf is basically a block of food, technically, where they take like vegetables, meat, fruit, whatever it is needed to, whatever's needed to sort of get to your requirement of, of nutrition. But they take all of the ingredients together, all of the food ingredients, they put them in a blender, and they make it into a brick, and then they bake it. And so you get this baked food that is everything you need to sustain life, but it's also god awful. It tastes horrible, and they use it as a punishment in the US. So, yeah, we'll, don't ever, yeah.
A little bit.
It's not a definitive, it's not in and of itself, that set of abrasions is not definitive.
Well, you didn't offer the jury the opinion that they weren't definitive or that you had confusion, did you?
I'm getting a little confused because at the jury, you told me that I said it was one or the other.
Right. And then you changed to it was dentition, and now you're back to claws or teeth?
I think it's still teeth, but yeah, I can't rule out the claws.
And because you have no comparative standard, you don't have a standard in the industry where you can look at this and say it has 6 points of contact or 6 features of similarity. You don't have anything like that. You're simply relying on your personal empirical experience.
Well, no,
By the way, when they say 6 features of similarity, he's drawing a comparison without announcing it to fingerprinting, where they'll say, oh, there's whatever levels of similarity. And the thing is fingerprinting is not that accurate either. Am I going to go live more often besides the Monday streams? Maybe. We'll have to see what happens. So, yeah.
I also saw these 2 punctures, the punctate wounds right there. And that made me think that it was more teeth than claw marks.
This here you're describing
Yes.
as punctate?
Punctate, yeah.
You never got the benefit of seeing Mr. O'Keefe, did you?
Personally, no.
Punctate, by the way, just means tiny spots. That's all that means.
Did you know he was Irish? Light skin,
Makes sense with that
Yeah.
name.
freckles, moles. Look at these. They're all over his body. You don't think the dog was puncturing up all over here, did you?
No,
Was he bitten by a dog or was he just Irish? What? I lost my mind at the, was he bitten by a dog or was he Irish? Because I'm I feel like those are different things, right? Now I'm just going to say those big red marks don't look to me like freckles. I don't think anybody has had a freckle that bleeds like that. If you have a freckle and it bleeds, for the love of God, go to the hospital. And the other thing is, I've never heard anybody talk about the Irish like that, except the British. And we know how the Irish feel about the British. We're, let's just leave it at that. But let's just say that there are some drinks you don't order in an Irish pub if you want to continue like to have legs that don't, that bend only in one direction. And we got to do this. PDGLS. So the prosecution can create a peer-reviewed accident reconstruction of how millisecond by millisecond the tail light caused each individual injury. No, but they don't have to. They can still ask the question. And yeah. Was it? Dude, watch yourself with claiming Irish means one skin tone with freckles and moles. Smoke Irish do exist. I didn't claim that anywhere. It's the prosecutor who's going that. Or you might be giving Brennan grief. I don't know. But like I just, are these dog bites or could he just be Irish is one of those things that I'm just like, I don't know how to like process this with the rest of the world knowledge other than just, and thank God we unlocked this. Like, no, it is such a stupid question. Could he just be Irish? Like, better watch out. My dog is real dangerous. If you're not careful, he might Irish you up. Right? Like, right.
So these.
And I'm getting requests that I think I have to grant. Old school racism. Yeah, it's kind of like classic racism, like really old timey racism, because like people used to be racist as hell against the Irish, but not so much anymore. So I mean, being racist against the Irish is kind of quaint, but not like quaint in a good way. It's like quaint, like having your wedding at a plantation kind of quaint. So yeah, I don't know.
The same. These little things, these skin blemishes, same as these all over the body.
Oh, you're a doctor?
She is getting a little bit punchy. She's getting a little punchy.
No.
Right. So these are the same. These little things, these skin blemishes, same as these all over the body.
Oh, you're a doctor?
Do you think that what you're describing as dog puncture wounds?
You'll notice that, the sustained, what is it? And apparently, I'm being told that there's still, we're gonna move on.
You could be mistaken for just his skin and the different types of marks on his skin, like freckles or moles.
I don't believe so, particularly since they're right where those wounds are, the abrasions are.
Well, wouldn't the skin blemishes be there before any abrasions?
I haven't seen a picture of him before this incident.
Right. Okay. So to get back to, we're now at, this is either a dog bite or it's a scratch. What is it about the top two that tell you it's a dog bite?
Would you rephrase that? Or, would you say it again?
You're saying these are either dog bites or scratches. That's what you're saying. You're not sure which one, but it's definitely a dog. That's your position.
Yes.
Okay. What about these two are telling you that this is a dog bite?
I think I said it already previously, that
Just
they're
like I said it, like,
parallel.
17 times.
They're parallel lines that seem to have these punctate lesions associated with them. And they're in and around the other lesions, I believe, are dog bites.
When a dog punctures and pulls, there's not an island of skin and then it goes back to the pole. The puncture starts at the pole and then it goes to the bottom, doesn't it?
There are no complete puncture wounds on this arm.
Well, you just cited puncture wound as the reason why you think this was a dog bite. You said these aren't. These are not a skin condition, rather they're puncture wounds, and that was the basis for saying these are bites. If you don't know if these are puncture wounds or not, how can you say these are dog bite?
First of all, I did not say, with all due respect, I did not say they were puncture wounds. They are punctate lesions.
Okay. And so
They're different.
the punctate lesion, is that caused by a tooth?
Yes, I believe it is.
And you know when a dog punctures, it then tears and pulls.
Only if they penetrate the skin. They have to penetrate in order to pull,
Okay. And
to create a laceration and pull.
and a puncture is not.
Okay, so let's talk about the injuries because one of the problems with like dog bite injuries is directionality. And so I don't know if I can successfully do this here, but we got a piece of paper or we got a pad of paper and we've got, there we go. That actually worked really well. And we got so I slid the back of the knife on this thing. And one of the things you'll notice is it gets us this pattern, right? And that pattern is an initial sort of cutting and then this deeper thing where it sort of sticks in. So that's one way that a dog bite can have directionality is it bites and tugs in like that, right? But the other way is the opposite, where you get this sort of deep injury at the start where it bites in, and then as the dog releases, it pulls out. So what does the shape of it tell us about the directionality? Well, one of two things. It could be one way or the other. But yeah, he's going to try to make a whole lot of point of this is, definitely one direction, but we just don't necessarily know here. And let's jump to sort of the more critical points of that.
Yes, it could be.
Well, is there an arc here?
There appears to be.
Okay. And we know that when a dog punctures, it then from the top teeth pulls down, the bottom pulls up, right?
Push it.
So if this is the arc of the dog right here, and it's like a half of a sun or a half moon over the elbow, you claim these two dots are consistent with puncture wounds?
No, punctate lesions.
Oh, punctate lesions, I'm sorry. Which teeth, upper or lower teeth, do you think caused these five?
I believe those were the upper teeth.
So you believe this is a canine on the left, number one, and a canine on the right, number five?
It could be.
Okay. Now, if here's the arc of the dog's mouth, and this is a canine on 1 and 5, where do the canines puncture and pull? Up or down?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Where do the canine teeth puncture? From the bottom or from the top?
We're hitting highlights.
So if these are, let me use my pointer here. If these are canine, and this could, by the way, be two, this also could be two separate bites. But if these are canines, they usually would start on the based on this picture, the upper or higher area and pull down.
Right. They would have to start up and pull down if that was a arc of a mouth, wouldn't it? But you see the bottom of these wounds, right? The round part that is closer to a puncture is on the bottom.
He's got it wrong. The usual thing is actually that the round part is the bottom. He's got this wrong. It is possible to do the other thing, but usually the round part is the bottom because the dog, as it's biting in, you are pulling away, right? You're pulling away from the doggy bitey bits because obviously you're not like, oh, dog's gonna bite me. Yay, I'm being bitten. So the dog is biting you, you're pulling away, and you get that deepening in, and then it pulls around. The round part is the bottom. He is wrong about this, and it's so wrong. Like, this is the usual thing of, and this is exactly what you'd expect of, you've got your elbow, dog is coming up to do bitey things, dog, and then you are pulling your elbow away from the dog doing the bitey things, and it pulls in and creates that rounded shape. That is exactly... No. No. Bad Brennan. I mean, he's allowed to be wrong, but no.
Aren't they going in the wrong direction? If this is the arc of the mouth.
No, I don't think that
actually
they are
look just
going
fine
in,
for the right
in the
direction.
wrong direction. You have to keep in mind that presumably Mr. O'Keefe was not standing there and letting the dog just chew on his arm. Okay, that is
How do you know
relative
that?
move.
Objection, Your Honor.
How do you know that?
No, but she's not finishing her answer, Your Honor.
The question's allowed.
How do you know what he was doing?
Because it's normal human behavior that if you're,
How do you know what he was doing? How do you know what Mr. O'Keefe was doing that night?
again, it's normal human behavior to pull away from someone that's attacking you, a person or an animal. That's normal human behavior. If he was still throughout this whole attack, I would be looking for a different set of wounds.
You're speculating about all of these comments about what he was doing and not doing. You have no idea what he was doing, do you?
I'm just being,
Objection, Your Honor.
The question, can you answer that question, Doctor?
basing it on normal human behavior.
And so you would disagree with me that if these were dog bites, the part that's thicker, that is more similar, although not a puncture, would start at the bottom and work up, meaning the dog's head was over here on the top. You disagree with me about that?
Do I disagree?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe that that's
Okay.
incorrect.
Okay. And if these are canines, did you measure the distance between the canines?
Again, there's no ruler, but the other thing is we don't know what position his elbow was in at the time of this. So it could be,
He's frustrated. Yeah. He's frustrated.
although it looks like it's a larger, a larger configuration than a normal canine distance, into canine distance. That's what you're referring to, the into canine distance. If his arm was flexed, that distance would be shorter. So you cannot make any assessment based on this picture.
Do you notice the differences between the left mark and the right mark are a greater distance than wound number 1, where you said that it was 2 canines that caused these linear abrasions?
And there's no elbow between the linear abrasions of wounds.
She's like, the elbow matters, dude. Elbow matters. Okay, we're gonna jump ahead to here.
Sweater.
Could I have exhibit 32, please?
All right, so this is a different kind of injury. This is what they call an avulsion injury, which is the dog ripped some bits off. Yeah.
Okay. You've seen this picture before?
Yes.
Okay. And this is allegedly is a dog bite from Chloe?
Yes.
And you see the tearing of the skin, don't you?
Yes.
And you can see the corners where the incisors would penetrate through a puncture.
Can I just say the incisors? I was like, wait, what? The incisors? Incisors? but he says incisors. And I just was like, every time I hear incisors, I'm like, okay, I guess that's what we're doing.
Yes.
I'm not sure what teeth punctured this, but yes,
And
I see the skin is all penetrated.
This is consistent with the literature of a tear and a hold and a pull, right?
No,
Okay.
no, absolutely not.
This is not consistent with the dog biting and then pulling the skin.
This is consistent with an avulsion wound caused by a dog.
Okay. Very different wound than we looked at on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
On
Mr. O'Keefe's arm, very different, right?
correct.
Okay. If we can go back to 5, please.
This is Jen O'Keefe's hand, I believe.
Now, your opinion that this is a dog attack.
Mhm.
Have you ever had peer review of this opinion with this photograph?
No,
Well, you would agree that this dog bite science is what they call a soft science. Would you agree with that?
I don't know what you mean.
I mean, it's a soft science in the same way that, say, forensic bullet identification is a soft science. Yeah, douche. I don't like the soft science argument here. Like, all of medicine is technically a soft science, other than like, or when he's trying to say soft science here, it's like, we tested somebody's like, blood cell count. That could be a hard science, but the interpretation of what that means is always kind of a soft science thing. So
By that,
Okay, well, it's not like DNA. It's opinion based. It's subjective based.
yeah, DNA also often has opinion. Like, oh, come on.
The science of dog bites, isn't it?
it's based on a lot of training.
Yeah, and a lot of subjective opinion too, wouldn't you say?
There's opinion here, yes.
Uncertainty,
There is some, yes.
right? And being that type of science, haven't you read in the studies about peer review, how peer review works?
What specific?
Let's talk about peer review. Peer review is when you have somebody else like check over your work. And when would you do peer review? When you're publishing an article. But you don't typically do peer review on like expert evidence at trial. Like, and you don't usually do peer review for most things. So when I go to the hospital because I'm like, I think my leg is broken, and they're like, yeah, we think your leg is broken. They're not like, we need to send this to the peer review panel to determine, and then they're gonna like, reviewer number 3 has some revisions about your broken leg. No, it's just you have the diagnostic doctor is going to be like, yep, that's broken, and off it goes, right? You don't do peer review on this is not a peer review situation. So come on, right?
Specifically, are you?
That you have another qualified professional look at it and question and vet whatever opinions you're giving. Did you go through that process at all?
I've been through that process, yes.
You've been, okay, and who peer reviewed?
You mean in
findings?
this case?
Yes.
Oh, no, not this case. No, I thought that this.
I mean, yeah, she's done peer review when she publishes articles, but she's not done peer review on this thing because this is not where you peer review. And oh man, this was frustrating. How long does peer review take? Potentially a long time. Usually when you peer review something, you've written an article and they send that article out for review to like a bunch of different people who also do the same thing. And yeah, I think what he's writing right now, based on my reading of the motions of his pen, is
Information was rather
F
confidential,
this
and I didn't share this information.
Well, you,
all right. let's jump to the redirect, because after a short while after this, they go for lunch. And also this guy's getting annoying. So we're going to jump to what I think they're the most. We're not going to go through much of the redirect. So yeah. For my book, it took freaking years because my reviewers flaked. Yeah. So why hasn't everyone accepted that these are dog bites and not road rash? This is a disputed thing at the case. Although I don't think anybody says it's road rash. The prosecution says it was caused by being sideswiped by a broken taillight, whereas the defense says it was caused by a dog. So that's, there's dispute there.
While the other teeth cut into the flesh, causing stretch lacerations in the process of biting, shaking, and tearing. This should be considered pathognomonic for dog bites, especially when accompanied.
There's a word I didn't know. I don't even know how to pronounce it. They're going to say it a lot, which is good because I still don't know how to pronounce it. Yeah, pathognomonic. So what does pathognomonic mean? Well, they're going to explain it.
By tissue defects and claw marks, the latter being narrow, superficial, linear abrasions arranged parallel to each other, 4 or 5 in number, and usually found in the vicinity of the bite. This pattern allows differential diagnosis with bites of other animals which are not accompanied by pulling and shaking, nor by the usage of the prominent canines, and with stab wounds caused by sharp instruments.
Does what you just read establish the pattern and the pattern recognition methodology for dog bites?
The objection, the objection sustained asks the question differently.
What do you conclude from the language you just read with regard to patterns and pattern recognition methodology?
Well, I conclude that patterns are important, and they are what I call highly representative, but they call pathognomonic, meaning that there is nothing else that causes those.
Let's focus on the word, people pronounce it differently,
Yeah.
pathognomonic. What does pathognomonic mean in medicine?
You hear that he's got to pronounce, he's got to walk through it. And when he's got to go through that, with some difficulty, that is because it's a new word for him. So let's talk about what this means, because I had to look it up as well. And this is basically that some, not all, some diseases have symptoms, or some conditions have symptoms that are consistent with really nothing else, right? Where if you see that symptom, you know for a certainty that it is a particular disease, right? And so these are really useful, things. And I'm gonna pull up an example of it if I can find one. I'm gonna pull up a sort of an example there. And all right, this is via Wikipedia. We're just gonna pull this up so that we can have a look at a little wee example. We like examples. Okay, so this is from Wikipedia. This particular ring that you see, this brown ring, is kind of something that is caused by nothing at all except Wilson's disease. What is Wilson's disease? I have no idea. I had to look this up, and it was just like, oh, Now I'm looking it up. Wilson's disease is a genetic buildup of copper in the body, and this is a copper ring. And so the only way that you know that you're getting this, like this ring, is because you've got a copper buildup in the body. So if you have this, it tells you pretty clearly this is a, that's what's going on. But you can think of other different, other different things that are pretty diagnostic. Let's say you've got somebody with a round hole in their body, and around that round hole, you discover stippling burn marks, like burn marks in sort of a dot pattern around that. And inside this circular injury, you find a accumulation of lead and copper. Well, then it's you've just found somebody who's been shot because you've found the bullet in them and you found the stippling from that, right? So you're not going to need to do differential diagnosis as to whether or not somebody got shot when you find the bullet in them and you find the like powder burn around the injury, because it's like there is no other condition that causes bullet in wound other than being shot, right? 100%. You just know this, right? So that's what they're saying, is there are certain signs of injury that are 100% dog bite and not anything, or 100% animal bite, and that means that there is no other possibility. And so what she's saying here is, I didn't have to do all the examination because I saw the things that tell you that 100% this was an animal bite and nothing else. So that's what this is all about. And it's a great word, pathognomonic. Pathognomonic. I didn't know that word until this trial. I had to look it up, but the instant she said it yesterday, I was like, let's go look this up because this is a cool word. And I have learned some things, right? Yeah, in medical school on exams, they love to describe an x-ray or rash, and the description will be pathognomonic for one of the test choices. Yeah, and what about spontaneous bullet holes? I don't think that usually happens, but maybe Canton is weird. So yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of, if you go on Wikipedia, which I'm looking at, they've got all sorts of like distinctive pathognomonic things, rabies with hydrophobia, gout with what they call tophi, which I didn't know the word for, but these kinds of kind of build up things like these. Yeah. All right, let's have a look here.
Pathognomonic, to me, I believe it means that you can make a diagnosis based on these factors that are present to the exclusion of any other diagnosis because they are so specific.
You find the guy with the bullet in his brain, and you find the guy with the like stippling and the like contact injury. You know for sure he was shot. There is no other conclusion. He was shot. That's what she's talking about, right? Something that is that distinctive, right? That so yeah.
So we talked about on your direct, and it was raised on cross, the concept of a differential diagnosis, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so what is differential diagnosis? It is the process of winnowing down the possibilities to get to what you think is going on. So somebody walks into your, you are Dr. House. Somebody walks in and they've got a rash and they are throwing up, I don't know, like frogs, and they, their eyes are glowing green, and also they like, have a fever. And so you're like, okay, let's find out what causes those symptoms. And the thing is that you will probably get to several different things. Has everyone ever played that game? I'm trying to remember the name of the game where you've got like all of those little people, and you have their face and you have to guess elements of them. And you're like, do they have glasses? And they're like, no. And then you can flip down all the people who have glasses because they're not accurate. Guess who? Okay, yes. So guess who is in some ways an example of differential diagnosis. And you might be saying, Runkle, are you we'll go with the usual question. People going, Runkle, are you drunk? So what is guess who? Well, guess who? I found a thing. We could pull up the image here. Guess who, right? So we got all these people. And so if you imagine all of these people are diseases, I don't mean to be rude to like Neil there in the corner or Richard, or, Richard's kind of a dick, but I don't mean to be rude to these people, but imagine they're all diseases, right? And so, if you can basically ask these diseases, you can like do a thing of being like, does this person have a fever? And so for all the diseases, like if they have a fever, then any disease that doesn't cause fever, you can knock down, and you can be like, that's not the correct one. And, you could be like, does it cause a rash? And then you can if it does cause a rash, you can knock down anything that doesn't cause a rash. And so eventually, hopefully you can get down to, a specific and very particular, you can be like, all right, now we've concluded it's this disease, right? We've got it down. And sometimes you might only get it down to like, one's like to a few different ones, but then you could sort of be like, well, let's treat for all of them, or let's, whatever. So that's what differential diagnosis is let's weed these things out and try to determine which things are which, right? So that's basically that. But like, for differential diagnosis, let's say your question is the person wearing a green beret? Right? If you find a green beret in your guess who lineup, well, then that tells you that it's Emma in the front row here, because Emma is the only person wearing a green beret. There's this dude who looks like a lumberjack and might be Canadian. I'm thinking maybe Quebecois, who's got a green toque on, but that's not a beret. Emma's got the green beret. So if you've got the green beret on, you can then you've got something that is telling you it's specifically Emma, and you don't have to keep looking to anything more, because you've got a pathognomonic symptom of being Emma, which is the symptom of green beret wearing. I kind of assume that the green beret is probably some sort of like mental health issue, because it's not doing her any favors, but you get where I'm going here. So that's kind of what they're saying, is we don't need to do a whole big, once you've got the green beret in your guess who game, you can just be like, you're Emma. We're done. I win. I declare victory at the green beret. And you don't have to be like, well, do they have a beard? Because they don't have a beard. You've already solved your problem. That's what they're saying, is solve the problem, move on, declare victory. And so he's attacking like all of this. Did you do all these other tests? He's like, no, I had the green beret. Somebody in the chat is going to be named Emma and is going to send me hate mail.
When you have pathognomonic features,
Pathognomonic.
is it required to even have a differential diagnosis?
Not really,
Why?
because the pathognomonic features mean that you have the entity or the condition that that is explained.
Does pathognomonic mean
You're not wrong.
that the features themselves rule out other possibilities?
Yes, that's what I believe it means.
And is that how you interpret what the author is saying in this article?
Yes.
Please proceed lastly to the next 2 paragraphs, and then we can move on to the next study, I believe.
We're just going to move on right now because, yeah. All right. We're going to jump to the almost the end of the redirect.
On the deceit. Are you aware?
Not on the decedent.
On any aspects of the decedent's clothing.
Yes.
Do you know, from your experience, with regard to dog-inflicted wounds, your many emergency room evaluations and treatments of them, whether, or in your knowledge of dogs and dog dentition in general, are you aware of whether dogs eat any type of food or treat that has pig in it?
I'm aware that the dog.
I mean, this is one of those places where it's like you have to ask the question to get it into evidence, but it seems so freaking obvious. If you pull out any dog treat and you look at the ingredients, you will probably find pig on it. Why will you find pig on it? Well, because pig is cheap. Like, they tend to make it out of pig and not like out of, I don't know, like, you know, prime steak, because of course they do. But I mean, that's not guaranteed. Somebody sent me some of these dog treats. These are premium fancy dog treats. So let's read our dog treat label here. Do we have pig, venison, corn gluten meal, ground wheat, soy protein concentrate? That sounds delicious. Soybean meal, ground yellow corn, glycerin, wheat gluten, sugar, water, phosphoric acid, beef fat naturally preserved with vitamin E. I wonder how natural that is. L-ascorbyl 2 polyphosphate. Oh, that's vitamin C, but they make it sound scary because I don't know. So vitamin E supplement, calcium propionate, a preservative, preserved with mixed tocopherols. Okay, so this one doesn't happen to have pork in it, but there's plenty of things. And I've fed, you know, sometimes the dogs eat pig ears, sometimes the dogs eat whatever. And so his whole point here is dogs eat things. Dog could have pork on their, you know, on their face. It just is what it is. All right, let's maybe we should do another goal here. I did a goal of Hank Brennan sucks. All right, we're gonna do a goal of 5 at 10, and the goal is I will try. Here we go. We're not making that one cheap. There we go. There's a goal. All right. So I'll set a one for feeding the pups later. I think Mrs. Runkle is still awake, so I don't usually like to keep the doors open there. But all right. So that is basically the thing there. All right. Let's jump ahead. I'm not going to watch the reclose or the recross. We're going to jump ahead to the closing, and we're going to pick up the pace on it. So, and we're going to, where's the speed? Speed. Why do I not have speed on this? I need speed options. I have a need for speed. Let's see. How do I get this back to normal size. Okay. We're gonna, why is this? There we go. I'm just trying to fix this so that I can, playback speed. There we go. I got playback speed back. We're going to put it to 1.5. We're going to jump to Commonwealth closing argument, and we are going to go. Ian, have you eaten today? No, I haven't. That is not a thing. Does Mrs. Runkle mind that you stream? I think she'd like more time with me, but it is what it is.
I'd like to solve a couple very important cases for your honest consideration. The first one out of District of Massachusetts Federal Court. It's Hines 65 Federal Supplement, citing case 62. It's a 1992 case, authored by Judge Brennan. It had to do with the soft science handwriting analysis. It was a very thorough and thoughtful case that talked about soft sciences, methodology, and when there was an absence of methodology. In that case, I'm sure Your Honor is aware, it had to do with a proposed witness who wanted to look at a handwriting exemplar and provide an opinion on a so-called match. The court said they were very important canons, very
Probably
important
a good
principles,
idea.
foundations that have to be considered when we're discussing soft science. Empirical study is not enough.
Oh yes, the other thing, I don't have the timestamp for it. I looked at it and I was like, why don't I not have the timestamp for this? They say that they've got Chloe. They say Chloe is alive, which is a surprise to everybody because we're like, oh, there's a Chloe out there. So apparently there's a Chloe out there, and Chloe is alive, which is surprising everybody. And they're like, yeah, we have a mold of Chloe's teeth. So, yeah.
Simply because somebody has seen something before, whether it's once or twice or 100 times, is not a science. It's not a methodology. It's not medicine. It is a personal aside.
And the thing is that if this is true, then they need to throw out so many other things like firearm ballistic examination and fingerprint analysis, because fingerprint analysis is equally unscientific. It's you look at fingerprint 1 and you look at fingerprint 2. So, yeah.
Potential expert has to be in a better position to understand and explain to jurors rather than a simple layperson. That means there has to be some level of methodology, some type of guidance, some type of study, so that they can assist the jury in better understanding what they believe their conclusions are. Empirical is not enough.
Also, by the way, this equally applies to his assessment that the injuries were caused by a car. That is equally that.
Because a subjective opinion without medical, factual, scientific support is just an opinion. A person can look at the constellations and see the Big Dipper, they can see Orion. It's a matter of perspective. It's no different when we have something like a soft science, something different than DNA.
Yes,
where
Zora is
a
doing
person
much
wants to have
better.
an opinion because they've seen something before. That's not enough. And in this case, Dr. Russell has never been in the business of identifying dog bite wounds. She treats them. She's an emergency room physician, has some experience as an ME. She treats a wound that is brought to her. She's not diagnosing the wound or determining the mechanics of injury. She doesn't have the education. She doesn't have the qualifications. She doesn't have the training for that. That is not what her job is. It is to treat the injuries. And so all of her perspective and opinions are empirical. She doesn't have a book. She doesn't have a study that teaches her how to do. She never took a training. She never took a class. She never got a degree or certificate. She's looking at her past experience when someone reports to her that it was a dog bite wound, and she's trying to use her memory and make a decision whether or not she thinks this is similar. That is not science. That is not medical certainty. And so there's nothing to suggest that whatever method she used, I still can't identify it because I don't know, despite many questions I've asked her, what her methodology is, other than she says it's pattern recognition analysis. It's empty phrasing unless you can identify and articulate what is the specificity. What is this?
All right, so he's saying, she's got no methodology. How can we tell what she's doing? Because she can't tell us like how she does it. And the thing is that applies to like so many things in your life where you just can't tell what you're doing or how to do it because like how would you ever do this, right? Yeah, how do you know that these things are like how do you know what a bird is? Well, most people probably aren't using a like differential diagnostic. You just know that this is a cardinal because you've seen a cardinal, right? There's a criteria for telling a cardinal apart from some other red bird, but that doesn't mean that like every red bird you see is, Yeah.
Standard, and we still don't know. After all this testimony, we don't know. In Cromwell versus Tower, that case had to do with the prosecution expert talking about paint spill, and this is could not fit more closely to this case.
By the way, I don't think he thinks that he's going to knock out this witness, but he's going to try because it's tremendously helpful to the prosecution's case if they can knock out the experts. So, yeah.
The conviction was overturned because the prosecution called the paint spill expert. It was found to be prejudicial because the expert relayed their past experience about paint spills. Exactly what Dr. Russell did in this case. No more, no less.
Yeah, accidentally said half the number of super chats I did, too.
A person with past experience with paint spills. The court was very specific in Ronaldo about why this was improper and why it was prejudicial. It said that just because a witness has experience or particular experience and decides to use that as a methodology does not make it methodology. And it's just like Dr. Russell's testimony. There is nothing about it that employs methodology. In Ronaldo.
Do Trooper Paul next, man. Do Trooper Paul.
Pardon? Thank you. Paul. Direct the court to page 39. And talk about when the expert used methods to determine that paint was poured or spilled. And the problem was, the court said, instead, meaning the expert, he simply relayed his past experiences working with and around paint and drew conclusions therefrom. That is exactly what Dr. Russell has done. She has relayed her past experiences working with and around treating dog bites and drew her conclusions from that. They cite Commonwealth versus Franceschi. I'm saying that wrong as well. But what that quotes is, while training and experience, which the expert referred, might have taught the expert methodology, it is not itself a methodology. And so while Dr. Russell may have taught herself or been intrigued or interested in dog bites, it is no methodology. The defense has introduced a couple of articles. Those articles do not describe or lay out a methodology for identifying dog bite wounds. They don't provide a standard. They do not provide a comparison. They don't provide any guidance. And so the danger in having somebody go before a jury and portray themselves as an expert when they have no methodology is they can pretty much provide any opinion they want to the jury that can be unchecked because it's not factually based. It can't be compared. It can't be analyzed. It's not peer reviewed. It's just an opinion. And when an expert lacks methodology, classic things happen, which happened in this case. What happens is that a witness does not actually have certainty about what they're saying. A witness is prone to change their opinion because there is no standard of methodology to confine them. A witness can just change their
I
mind
think
without
he's
the
doing a
information
great
because
argument. I
it suits
just
their
don't think it's
purpose.
going to win.
When we
Right?
looked at Exhibit 5, and we actually broke down the wounds, the separate wounds, 5 wounds, the doctor, I believe, concedes when you look at each of those abrasions independently. She cannot say with scientific certainty. She can't say with any certainty that those were caused by a dog. Her fallback was when you look at the entire series of wounds, that equals a dog attack.
Well, no kidding. That happens all the time. Where if you look at like somebody walks in and they've got like all these medical symptoms, and if you look at each symptom on its own, you can't determine what it is. But when you look at all the symptoms together, then yes, then it looks like, like, okay. Now, I see people saying that Lolly looks bored. He does. And the reason why he looks bored is because his role in this is to sit there and basically do his best impression of a cabbage. Lolly has been sidelined as hell. And so, yes, he's bored because he's being asked to sit here and pretend to be a lawyer while not actually allowed to do any lawyering. So what is he doing? He is he's not even a hat rack because he's not allowed to wear a hat in court. He is literally just sitting there. It's like, Lally, your job is to get older in the course of this hearing. That's it.
No, because there's no reason why we reached that bridge from uncertainty to dog attack other than just because she said so. That can't be challenged because there's no methodology. And so the risk we have is we have an expert who gets up in a voir dire and they give opinions. That wound number 1 could have been teeth marks, could have been claw marks. Wound number 2 could have been teeth, could have been claw. Wound number 3 the same. Really no idea. It's just guessing or speculating. And then they get up later and they change their opinion that more benefits their side. She later testifies at trial, sometimes maintaining teeth or claws. And then she appears in this hearing after writing a report and consulting.
I bet he's just going to sit there. And if you're wondering what's going on in Lolly's head, I'm betting right now he is like singing the theme to like the Beachcombers or something, in his head, because there's nothing else for him to do.
And she is emphatic that these are not scratches, but that they are dog bites. Think about the posture of that. If she is now saying that these are dog bites, that impliedly concedes that her testimony in front of the jury, for which she's allowed to testify as an expert, not only was inaccurate, not only unsure, but inevitably it's misleading. It cannot be helpful testimony if an expert provides an opinion to a jury and then later on, without any real changes in information, changes their opinion for whatever reason. They're not constricted because there's no methodology or standard. And so the fact that this witness was allowed to testify at the last trial with opinions she no longer endorses or stands behind, and the fact that we can reasonably conclude that is misleading to the jury, well, that begets the argument that she should not be given another chance to go in front of a jury and give a different opinion without having actual factual and medical and scientific support, and she does not. There is no doubt about one thing, she has no idea. When I walked her through the different wounds on Exhibit 5, I invited her to explain to Your Honor, why is it that this wound was caused by a dog? There's no circumstantial evidence to support that, none whatsoever. It's just her personal empirical history dealing with dog injuries in the ER. And when I asked her for wound 1, what direction were these canines? She couldn't tell. Where's the puncture wound where the dog anchors and pulls? There is none. The distance and width of those wounds, how could she reasonably and fairly say they were caused by canines? Any indication, any support, any pattern recognition that would tell us that was caused by canines, and she couldn't give us any information. Not weak information, not information that I could fight with another expert, not information that I could say may not be a disability. None. She could just fall back on, oh, I look at everything at the dog bite. Same thing with number 2. Number 2, interestingly, the widths are much different than
There's a lot of number 2 in this argument, folks. Number 2 is going to be, it's going to be a thing.
number 1. It doesn't take an expert to know that it wasn't the same mechanism that caused the injuries to wound 1 and 2. And if they want to continue to pretend it's a dog bite on wound 1, no way they can reconcile that wound 1 is in any way similar to wound 2. It would have to be a baby dog or a different dog, or the pack of dogs I asked her about the first time I talked to her. It is totally different. And again, when I asked her for any specificity, these aren't hard leading questions. I opened to her to explain to us, why is that a dog bite now? She won't give us a conclusory answer. It just is. There was nothing about teeth or the tension or about the dog, about anything that would support the claim that that's a dog bite and why she changed it from scratch. None. We get to the elbow wound number 3. There's the speculation that the arm could move, wouldn't move. Yet she has no idea. She has no factual support for this. None. And she vacillates between this being potentially bites, scratches, all 5 of the different points on
I don't
wound number
think
3
Trooper Paul likes
could be
Trooper Paul.
canines on both sides, but maybe there was a 4-point canine in the smaller fraction of number 1 and number 2 in wound 3. That cannot be. It defies common sense and reasonableness to say the same dog caused wound number 3, points 1 and 2, with the so-called punctures, and caused number 1 and number 2. Again,
I mean, you're saying, oh, well, we need expert evidence, but we're like, you don't have anything other than just your impression here, sir. So, are you now the dog bite expert? Yeah.
simply look at the distance between canines are not going to move when a dog bite's not. An arm can move, we can change the angle, the depth, the canines are not going to move. Then we get to wound number 4, equally basis. Wound number 4 at first wasn't sure if it even had to do with the dog attack. But then that made no sense. So Dr. Russell treated to say, well, it did have something to do with the dog attack, but hard to define. And then wound number 5, again, a 4-point bite that's totally reconcilable with 1, 2, and 3. There is no collateral or supportive evidence to suggest that this is a dog bite at all. It's fertile imagination for her to get on the stand and claim it's a dog bite. Not just there was no opportunity and there was no dog that touched her, but the wounds are dissimilar. She cannot point to a pattern, a methodology, a standard to say, this is why this is a dog bite. It's just a dog bite. So it's interesting when we learned that she didn't know about much of the evidence that wholly contradicts the fact that this is a dog bite. She didn't know that there were plastic shards in the sleeve design. The fact that there is physical evidence that results from a collision left in the very place where this wound happens to be there isn't a coincidence. It isn't a coincidence. It's exacting evidence. And what is not exacting evidence? The absence of DNA. Now, this is important because Dr. Russell was comfortable taking the stand and providing information to Your Honor for consideration that was totally baseless. It didn't in any way hamper her willingness to do that. She floated theories of taint in the DNA, or manipulation, or the DNA wasn't handled properly. There was absolutely no good faith basis whatsoever for her to suggest for a second that that DNA collection, preservation, and testing wasn't sound. She had a right to look at the evidence in the prognosis reports and the DNA processing. She knew she could not admit the significance because it would undermine the entire theory. And so she was comfortable on the stand, using her experience as a doctor, that Your Honor, that DNA was insignificant based on a demeaning of the evidence with no basis. An insulting claim that somebody did something wrong with no basis. The reason why that's important, it shows that this witness has the willingness to testify to Your Honor about a conclusion for which there is no support. This witness has the humbleness to testify to Your Honor
Bold here.
about an opinion that has no factual basis. And her doing that with the DNA was a parallel to her doing it with the dog bites. She is comfortable getting on the stand and simply giving the ultimate opinion that is helpful to her cause without any support. And so that DNA attack by her is reflective of her willingness to compromise fact, science, and medicine to just provide an opinion. Knowing there's no real methodology here, there just isn't. Knowing there's no standard, unable to provide us any balance for why this is a dog bite, having the free reign of opportunity to look at the exhibit and tell us anything she wants to support this dog bite, and being unable to do that, the defense employs differential diagnosis. That's a fancy way of saying, well, we might not be able to prove this, but we can disprove everything else. That's the way they presented this expert. They own that.
I mean, that is pretty much differential diagnosis. It's consistent with one thing and one thing only, because we've disproven everything else. That is, in fact, the nature of scientific scrutiny of anything, is to disprove everything else in the universe. This is how DNA works, is we don't know for certain that this is so-and-so's DNA, but we do know that it disproves basically every other human on the planet. So that, like, Brennan, come on, man. Come on.
You look at different wounds, and you can't identify the dog bites individually. You can't say a series of dog bites. Wound 1 has 0 value. Wound 2 has 0 value. So 5 times 0 is 0. Cumulatively, it does nothing for us.
No, that is not how this works. 5 times... That is not how this works. That is not how this works. I mean, it's a persuasive argument, but it's an argument that, if I'm listening to it, is like, I would be writing a very thorough rejection of this argument. Let me put it this way. Let's say I take a page out of one of my books, right? I don't know. We'll just, I'm going to reach over to my bookshelf. I'm going to find a book. Here we go. Old role-playing game, Mage the Ascension. So let's say I take this book and we're playing a game, and the game is, can you determine what page I am looking at, right? Well, let's say I come up with like a first thing, and the first page I give you is, or the first word I give you out of this is avatar. And you might be like, oh, well, that narrows it down to most of the pages in this book, right? But if I give you enough words that are found on this page, eventually you will get it down to there's only one page that matches that, right? And so each word on its own individually might be useless to you as to finding the correct page, but the combination of all of those words, by the same fact, like with the Guess Who thing, the fact that like somebody is a dude on its own is not going to get you to an answer. The fact that somebody has blonde hair on its own is not going to get you to an answer. The fact that somebody has a beard on its own is not going to get you to an answer. But eventually, with enough of those details, you're going to have it narrow down. You're going to be like, it's that douche. That's the guy. Because I'm thinking of the particular guy who was like bottom left, who looked absolutely ridiculous. But like eventually, somebody says, crap, we don't get the answer to the page. No, I didn't look at the page number. Sorry. Yeah. This is, one clue at our crime scene. Each individual clue at our crime scene is not enough to tell us. Like, can you imagine if you do this as a trial where each individual clue at the crime scene has to be enough to prove who it was? And if you don't combine all of the clues, like, you just can't do it. This is the opposite of how our courts work, because our courts specifically reject that line of thinking where they say you have to look at multiple pages, or multiple clues. You have to look at the whole thing. Now, people are really insisting that I find that page. I'm going to see if I can find it, because Oh my God, people were people are like upset that I didn't tell you what page I had brought it on. Do I have it here handy somewhere? No, I don't. It just is what it is. Okay, I did find the page. I found the page. The correct page is page 131 out of 131 of the second edition of Mage the Ascension was the page I was looking at. So 131. Okay.
The word dog attack doesn't make you look at that and say, well, that's methodology. That is nothing. And so differential diagnosis is a very compelling argument for the government, one you should not allow this. This witness is in no position, kind of like the DNA, kind of like the DNA on dog bites, she's in no position to engage in differential diagnosis regarding car accidents. She may have been a police officer, she treats injuries at the hospital, she's not an accident reconstruction specialist, she has never gone to an accident and done a reconstruction. In fact, she never even went to the scene in this case. She never saw Mr. O'Keefe, she doesn't even know about much of the evidence that exists. She didn't consider the black box, she didn't consider the speed, she doesn't know the angle of the collision, she doesn't know what Mr. O'Keefe was doing in his last moments. She has no idea about any of that, none. Yet she'll be presented on the stand as if she can exclude a car collision as the cause of those injuries. Not that they could be consistent with what didn't happen. How dare she get on the stand with no experience, no training, no methodology, no facts, and ignore reality and say this couldn't have been a car collision. It's funny that as a emergency room physician, she considers the basis of mechanics of injury based on what people tell her. If they come in and say, I got bit by a dog, or a parent says, my child was bit by a dog, they rely on statements of witnesses. She didn't rely on statements of witnesses here. I hit him. Oh my God, I hit him. Maybe I hooked him. Maybe I hit him in the knee. Maybe he dropped his fault. Whatever the statements were. All the various statements.
Whatever the statements were, you should know this, sir. This is your argument.
An expert like her, she proposes to be, would consider the witness statements to try to determine the cause of mechanical injury. So for her to take a stand respectfully and suggest for a moment that this was not caused by the collision to Mr. O'Keefe, not only with any factual basis, in defiance of actual fact, it's repugnant to the sense of fairness in the courtroom. So witness, just because they have experience as a doctor, doesn't mean they can just come into court and say what they want and then let the government try to counter it. That's not how it works. And so when we consider not only what she doesn't know, but what she chose not to know, it is overwhelming. This is not a qualified person to come in and talk about dog bites. From her perspective, she's probably one, if not a few people in the country who can do this kind of thing, which suggests that there is no real methodology. If she is the only expert in the country, it is not generally accepted in the community. It can't be. It can't be. As much as the defense may want her to testify to promote this theory, she does not have the credentials and qualifications to do that. She didn't even take the basic steps that you'll see in some of the literature of going to the dog. Chloe, they knew we found Chloe, they know we've done moles, and she says they told her. And she tried to fight with every questioning angle. That may be important, but she didn't need to do that. I dare say, if she had taken some steps to try to do due diligence, it wouldn't have ended well for her theory. Perhaps that's why she didn't. She doesn't have the qualifications, she doesn't have the experience, she doesn't have the methodology. Her willingness to tell opinions that are speculative, factually wrong, not based in science and math, should disqualify her from giving another baseless opinion about a so-called dog bite wound. There is no DNA, there is plastic shards in his arm. She has done no due diligence. And she can't describe any methodology because there is none. And she, most importantly, has changed her testimony from hearing to hearing, and we should not have been operating. Thank you.
Okay, we watched that at 1.5 speed, and I feel like it took 12 years, but he actually is persuasive, notwithstanding the fact that his arguments to me are BS. I think that he's given her enough that Judge Canone could, but I don't think she will, exclude the witness. I don't think she's going to do it. I haven't actually watched, but I don't see that there's a verdict at the end of it because it just goes from closing argument. I suspect she reserves, but I think that she's going to still be allowed to be an expert and that all of this is going to come down at the trial. And we have just hit the goal. So we are going to do a swoop. People have asked for a cleansing swoop, so we'll do a swoop. All right, so I was curious as to what these things taste like. Somebody sent me these things, and I'm just like, what are they? They're very durable. They taste like nothing. They taste like wax. Dogs, why do you like these? They taste like wax. I thought that was actually going to be more awful than it was. It just kind of, yeah, very chewy, but it just, yeah. All right, let's maybe we should cover the super chats before we go. Yeah, I should have added hot sauce because then it would have tasted like hot sauce. All right, so we'll cover super chats and then we'll watch the defense closing argument because I feel like that is a pleasant cleanse to all of this. All right. Rainman YYC, thank you for the gifted membership. Avrila's Hoppy channel, first aid kit fund. That was because I was bleeding at the start of the stream. Blue Eyes Fairy, let's make it happen. Thank you. Phoenix Waller, next motion, Lexus, show your bitey trim option. Crystal says, bless you. Thank you so much. The Pilgrim Shadow, thank you for everything you do, Ian. Thank you. Daniel Bossard or Boshard. Now you're saying this, and now I'm guessing myself as to the pronunciation for the only person who managed to pronounce my last name correctly right away. And now I'm just like, I don't know how I did it. So now I feel awful. Isaiah, thank you for the YouTube membership. Much appreciated. Nobody special. The prosecution can't actually let experts testify against their Bush League troopers. It's child abuse. I don't think they're going to bring Trooper Paul. I think they're going to bring somebody else who is better. And to quote Red Dwarf, I now know why dogs like their bums is to get rid of the taste of the dog food. That actually tasted just like wax. Like it didn't taste like much of anything. So, yeah, we'll get to Alessi. We're just going to cover it after this. Megan, a.k.a. Meg is autistic. Fingers crossed. Thank you. Rainman YYC, toe pick. That was saying for Brennan Stubbs' toe. Missy Russell, I am so thankful to get your take on this. Thank you so much. Fiona W, this would not make me sad. Yeah, that's the toe stubbing. Crystal, thank you so much. Much appreciated. Joy W, thank you. Fiona W, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. And Nancy Druby, what do you think of Lally, or for Lally just sitting there? I think it's got to suck to be Lally because it's got to be so boring to just sit there and stare and you got to do nothing. Yep. Kimchi, jury was on. Defense went after medical experts kind of hard, but the jury had several healthcare professionals. Didn't work out so well. If there's medical experts and they let like healthcare professionals on the jury and they had an option not to, that is a problem. And Belle Feinstein, audio setup repair fund. I feel like I need to like wipe my computer and start over. Rachel Sollenberg, thanks for your commentary, Ian. Thank you. Squirty Belly, David Reese, did you get your dog poop peer reviewed, Mr. Dog Poop Expert? No, I just saw that the dogs poop in the backyard. Fancy RPG, isn't this moot because the prosecution has the burden of proof? Yes, this is the thing to remember. If the prosecution gets to it's possible, then the jury's supposed to acquit. If the jury gets into it's more likely than not that she did it, the jury's supposed to acquit. If the jury gets to it's really, really likely she did it, but maybe she didn't because this other thing is possible, then they're supposed to acquit. Like if you get up to I am 75% sure, then you're supposed to acquit. And we make all sorts of decisions on a 75% basis, right? Like if I'm driving along and I see a diner and I'm 75% sure that diner is going to have delicious food, I'm more than happy to stop there and eat, right? Like we're fine with that all the time, but that's not good enough for conviction. Conviction is more like a 95% standard, right? So yeah, I hope that dog treat doesn't cause me problems later. We'll have to see. So Jaded Jur, goat, please. That was for unlocking the goat. Ian Bossard now I'm Ian. Have you ever tried hot sauce from Flavor Factory out of Calgary? I have not, but I'm curious. Gwynny Bly, woohoo! Face briefcase that another live. By the way, 12 months. Thank you so much. Gwendolyn SS, he's more upset. She's more qualified, or he's upset. She's more qualified than the Commonwealth expert. I feel like she's more qualified than like everybody on the planet, but yeah. Gwynnie Bly, hope Russell gets advice on how to respond and control her face before the jury sees her. Yes, she does have a face that does like facing, and she needs to do less face. Morrigan, for the goat, Brennan needs the goat. He does. Lindsay, I know you're always busy, but I sent you a short DM. Do you think you'd be able to read it in a day or two? I will try. My life is super chaotic right now. Fiona W, bring the goat. And Isaiah says, goat, goat, goat. The trial channel says, for the goat. Thank you for this stream. Thank you. Tough Cookie says, goat, goat, goat. And Lorley Annie says, can you choose 20 blue super chats, Ian? I did, and that means we got a lot of them. So Raven 254, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Lorley Annie, let's get the violin. Lady Fang, is 1:30 p.m. too early for booze? It is. I mean, it depends. If you're on vacation, then no, that's a perfectly good time. If you're at work, then maybe not. And if you're flying a plane, say, then definitely not. Against the tide, please like to help Runkle reach pro bono goals. Thank you. Joey Dalro, thank you so much. Kimchi, dog is watching with me. Tell her she's a good girl. Who's a good girl? You are. Improv Man, one other alternative guy was trying the knife trick from Aliens. I talk about Bruno, kitchen remodeling, Runkle helps. That sounds like a lot of work. Random commenter, who's a good girl? And someone clipped that. Oh, yeah. Fat Yoga, thank you so much. Love you, Runkle. Love you too. Lorley Annie, trolls must super chat because Runkle hates them. That is true. For the trolls out there, I hate super chats. And that is how you really get me annoyed. Secret Labs, my opinion, you are sitting wrong, is worth $5, including YouTube's 33% cut. Thank you so much. Kimchi, Mr. Brennan, do you include every legal text you've ever read on your CV? What about every Pacer search you've ever done? Not even that? Tisk, tisk. Fair. Someone bloody random, another one towards the goal. Thank you. Laura Leanne, Lexus vampire car bite versus dog bite. That's it. Fair. Elf Liggins, because you're not Brennan. I am glad not to be Brennan, but Jessica Carlson, will there be a Daubert hearing with the ARCA guys? Yep, it looks like they want one, or they want a hearing there. Brewberries, imagine an ER doc if a crash victim rolls in critical condition. She wanted to visit the scene and read all of the reports before treating them. Yeah. Shirley Temple, who I think later got themselves timed out. Here's a question for you, Runkle. Why did Karen wait in the driveway for John if she decided not to go? She's given two different stories regarding why she didn't actually see him to go inside. I don't know. Sounds like the Commonwealth needs to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. Annabelle Feinstein, evidence collection in this case has more problems than the first draft of a novel written in 3 weeks without spell check. I think that's a little harsh to the novel, but Ash Axiom, thank you so much. Here's Heart. I had to mute this part live. I was so aggravated. He is aggravating. Jaded Juror, please warm up the pigeon business bumpers in case they are needed. I feel like they were needed, and maybe we can run that again. So apologies to everyone with dogs. Ashley, thank you for the YouTube membership. Much appreciated. Trial Channel, question, why is a sidebar necessary if there's no jury? I don't think it should be. I mean, in Canada, if there was no jury, we'd just do the objections and argue it from the, from counsel table or from the podium, but they prefer to keep that all secretive. Mary Pierre Robillard, or Robillard, I'm not sure how you pronounce it, because Canada has people pronounce their names in Quebecois or en anglais, depending. Why does it sound like they're asking the dog bite expert, do you know the difference between a car and a dog? That is exactly the point. Daily Dysfunction for the saucy goal. Thank you. Year-end bonus check sharing. Thank you, Jet J. I hope you're doing all right. Laura Leanne, subscribers only chat mode, maybe. We are on subscribers only, and yet we still have, I'm fine. If the trolls want to subscribe, then GP Dog Drool, Runkle, a bright spot in a crappy week. Thanks. Thank you. Opposite of Amnesia, they've gone so far afield. I expect Bigfoot will wander by soon. And then Bigfoot, they will deny that there was Bigfoot bite marks. Laura Leanne, John O'Keefe deserved a proper investigation. Absolutely. The investigation in this was a absolute insult to John O'Keefe's memory, because John O'Keefe deserved to not have his blood picked up in solo cups. Like, come on. If I get murdered and there is a single freaking solo cup used in the investigation, I am going to haunt some motherfuckers. Like, I will be sitting there. I will be jingling some chains. I will be moaning while you're trying to sleep. I'm going to be writing in blood on your walls. I am going to be like haunting the hell out of you. So be warned, investigators. So I feel so badly for everyone, but mostly his mom and dad. The jury's job shouldn't be to solve the crime. Yeah, 100%. Morgan, sounds like he's walking a 5-year-old through a puzzle, kind of. Morgan, a very dense 5-year-old, and she's not a dense 5-year-old. Pistachio Boy, thank you so much. Joy W, I'm sorry I don't understand this whole line of questioning. That's probably because you understand it, that you don't understand it. Pistachio Boy, where could I send an artist folio for the channel? I have both my email address and a mailing address in the About section, so you can find me there. GP Dog Droll, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. I'm sorry I didn't see that at the time. I hope you're still here. Rainman YYC, thank you so much. Rainman YYC, is that the only fan they have? It is the only fan. Tough Cookie, thank you for the pro bono fund. Kate, maybe Super Chat's not liking me today, but the world needs a free Runkle. That was an amazing thing to do. Adding to the pro bono fund what I can. You're awesome. There is a story I want to tell you, and I don't know when I can tell it or if I'll ever be able to tell it, but there's a story of a viewer. One of the viewers reached out to me and was like, hey, I can tell you this much because it's 0% identifying, but a viewer reached out to me and said, hey, Runkle, thank you so much for what you do, because it's making my court process a little easier. And I was like, oh, I'm curious. What's your court process? And they're like, I am doing pro bono. Like I'm doing self-rep stuff against, I had these issues. Yeah, I can't tell you what the issues are. But they had issues, and I was like, oh, you're representing yourself. And they're like, yeah, you've made it so much, easier to do that because now I understand things a little better. And I was like, okay, what are the issues? Like, tell me about your case. And they told me about the case, and I went, that is too complicated for somebody to do on their own. You need help. And so I was like, hey, weird question. Would you be okay with me taking on the case? And they're like, I wasn't asking for a handout. I wasn't asking for a favor. I wasn't asking for anything. And I was like, I know. That's part of why I'm willing to do it, is because I know you weren't asking. So anyway, I took on the case, and good results. And I really want to share them with you soon if I can. And I will try to tune down the bleep if the bleep was too loud. Sorry, folks. But yeah, we achieved some justice, and and it was so rewarding to be able to do. So rewarding, because everyone is like, how do you sleep at night as a defense lawyer? And it's like, well, because every once in a while I get to punch a little bit of light into an otherwise dark universe, and you just punch that little hole and it gets to be a little star that you can look at anytime you feel crappy, is you're like, I helped that person right there. So yeah, I super happy on all of that. So yeah, Fancy RPG, please cover the other woman and the wife lawsuit about a paid forum for cheaters, i.e. Ashley Madison, that was caught illegally posting photos of kids. Ooh, I don't know. We'll have to see, because there's some things that will get my channel nuked. So Kate, maybe, thank you for the YouTube membership. Green Mermaid 2, a mole now is dumb. Teeth could have been altered. Yeah, but they probably weren't. Dylan, the Uprocker Schultz, do you remember my playing fetch with a car joke? I don't, but I will assume it was hilarious. Isaiah says, in scissors. Random commenter, GoFundMe for med school. Guess who? That's actually kind of funny. Yeah. Morgan, I'm trying to come up with a story to fill this letter count, but what the hell? I vote for treat with your hottest hot sauce. Thank you so much. I didn't have the hot sauce with it. I can have the hot sauce as well, but I don't have my hottest hot sauce with me here. DSN says, thanks, Runkle. Thank you. Mildred Katie says, Brennan is theatrical, like on TV drama. He is. He's got good courtroom presence. I'll give him that. Morgan, this is what I should have said. Why are we back in a tiny courtroom where the defense has to sit behind the prosecution? Rent a conference room or something. Jeez. Yeah, they are. It's weird. Conacy, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Dr. Tiny Toff, thanks as always, Runkle. Do you think this SP will fare better in the new trial than, special prosecutor than Lolly did and win over the jury with his courtroom charm with this expert and other likely witnesses? I think he's going to do way better than Lolly. I think he's way more dangerous than Lolly. Like this, the difference between Brennan and Lolly is, just had some hot sauce there. It's like the difference between a house cat and a tiger. So, no, I think he is very much the tiger as opposed to the house cat. So, Gen X Gamer Girl, why didn't the Commonwealth apply the same standards to the ME for saying that the injuries were consistent with a vehicle impact or Trooper Paul? Because they want to win. And they wouldn't win if they did that. And B, Brennan is literally the mosquito flying around your ear when you want to sleep. Oh, God. I hate those things. Luna Dewdrops, thank you so much. Luna Dewdrops couldn't write in the super chat. Hi, Runkle. Hello. H Scorpio JD Esquire LLM. How many DD, SA, and other cases aren't being prosecuted due to lack of resources while they pay for 2-day Daubert hearings and however much Lally will get for his services as a sack of potatoes? That's a good point. You're not wrong. Katerina Godecki, if I didn't miss it, could you explain the notice of the motion to exclude the crash daddies, please? I'd love to know what that rule is. We will go over that in a separate stream because that really deserves its own stream. We're covering the Daubert hearing today, but we'll go over that at some point soon. How can we help with the little cottage? Love to you. Okay, so the little cottage is the bunkie. For the people who don't know what they're talking about, it is, I am trying to win a little micro cottage called a bunkie as my wife and I buy some land. I will drop the referral link in the chat below. I currently have 531,644 entries. And if you sign up with this link, then it gives me another 600. So yeah, it's, so Annabelle Feinstein, bleep caused me to spill my hot chocolate. I am sorry. Admiral Nelson, new documents dropped in the PFD file, 3D printed gun case, check DMs. I will have a look. Thank you so much. Peggy Riordan, watch Jackson's face at the end of the hearing before scheduling. He looks either agitated or worried. I think he's going, oh, this is actually a lawyer. Okay. All right. So we have now covered all the super chats. Let us go back and we're going to watch something that will make us a little happier than the last thing. We're going to set we got the playback speed at normal. Let's set it to 1.25 and let's go. Now this guy seems to be new. He's new. He's like, this is exciting. And so I'm like, oh, okay, we got a new and exciting new lawyer here. And that's fun. So we're going to see, like, this. How does this guy do?
The greatest danger.
Wait, what was that?
The greatest danger.
Apparently this guy is doing free work too, which is awesome. I am always appreciative of a lawyer who's like, I'm going to step up because it just needs to be done. So,
to the issues in this case, the greatest danger to a defense right to a jury trial and present its witnesses to have an entire motion supported by nothing but the assertions of an attorney on the other side.
Oh, nice. Nice. Because that is what it is. He doesn't have anything other than his assertions. And when he's like, hey, when he's sitting there going, yeah, I think he makes an excellent point with that, because the other side is like, or Hank was sitting there going like, oh, well, you can see that these two bite marks are from different animals. It's like, based on what expert evidence, sir? Based on your testimony? You don't get to testify. This is fair. Put your finger away, dude. I don't know where he'd put his finger that is less appropriate than where it is right now, but like the like finger wave as a gesture, some people like it, some people don't. I'm gonna give him some leeway.
That is the greatest danger to our system. That is the greatest danger to a defendant being able to present their case in their view. Remarkably, all of the arguments you just heard now do not come from a medical doctor.
Yes.
Which Your Honor has said causation of an injury to a person in Massachusetts must come from a medical doctor. Where is the...
I love that he's like putting that in her face. Like, he's making arguments about causation. You said it has to be from an expert. Where's his expert? He's just testifying, Your Honor. Ooh, I like him.
Affidavit. Where is the report of a prosecution witness to support one statement Mr. Brennan just made in 30 minutes? Where is it?
Oh, I love him.
I would like to start my...
Where has this guy been hiding? This is like halfway through a movie. You've been sitting there watching a movie, and there's some new character who comes out, pulls out like 2 submachine guns, and just starts going to town. You're like, who is this? This guy is the Boba Fett of this, where it's just like some character you've never heard of just suddenly shows up, and you're like, ooh, I like this. We're gonna call it. This guy's the Boba Fett of this one. He's like, yeah. I like
argument and tell you exactly
like,
where I'm going to
hiding.
go. I am going to go to why we're here and what the issues are for this motion. So I'm going to start my argument with what is the legal standard that Your Honor faces to answer. And I know Your Honor knows it. I'm just doing it for the logic in the presentation. I'm going to go through that. I'm going to identify specific case law of dog wound cases, not paint cases, not others, because it matters.
He's throwing some shade.
Because Daubert and Lanigan are so flexible and so nuanced, it's got to be the issue before it. Paint cases that Mr. Brennan mentioned are irrelevant. So I'm going to go through cases that speak specifically to dog wounds on humans. Then what I'm going to do is to go through the completely inaccurate statements of Mr. Brennan. He said it.
I see people saying he's a little quiet. I kind of agree, so we're going to tune him up a little bit. We're going to turn this up just a wee bit so that we can all hear him. Damn, this guy is good at throwing shade in an appropriate way. Like, he's not going to get sanctioned, but he's snarky, and I like him. This guy is my favorite. Like, of all of them, this guy is my new favorite. I like him best. It used to be Eddie. Now it's this guy. Like, oh man.
Mark it down 8 times in just his argument alone. There's no methodology. I'm going to go through and say what the methodology she testified to was, where it's rooted, and then I am going to go into why Dr. Russell is actually stronger in December than she was in June. So let me start out with the baseline for this hearing.
Yes.
The January 20th transcript,
Just
page
style.
1-4. And if Your Honor will indulge me, it's what Your Honor said, and I'm going to read it verbatim. This was when
he's doing a lot of this is what you said, Judge. If you don't agree with me, you don't agree with you. Ooh.
Dr. Russell was challenged by the prosecution the first time. Line 15. I find that she is a medical doctor. She's an experienced ER doctor, albeit, several years ago since she's worked in that capacity, but that she does have specialized knowledge in that field that may assist the jury in that regard. So if you compare the level of information that Your Honor had at that time to reach the conclusion to what we have presented in this hearing, 11-page single-spaced report. And Your Honor noted before that there wasn't a report, so we wanted to respect that and get a report. Your Honor has sat through testimony, which I'm going to adduce, but not too much because you sat and heard it, and went through her qualifications, and we adduced much more of her qualifications, much more than were adduced when Your Honor first found that finding and made that finding. So let's start with the law. Mr. Brennan and I agree on one thing. The Rotolo case is relevant. But respectfully, Mr. Brennan went off in a tangent, because what does Rotolo stand for that's relevant here? Quote, the crucial issue, in determining whether a witness is qualified to give an expert opinion is whether the witness has sufficient education, training, experience, and familiarity with the subject matter of the testimony.
Guys, I would love to tell you that I am the best lawyer who has ever lawyered. I would love to tell you that. I would love to be like, yeah, no, Alessi is like, he's slow and, compared to Runkle, he is, like the only thing he's got over Runkle is a bald spot. But I can't tell you that because it would not be true. I mean, he does have kind of a balding spot, but he is he is amazing. He is really good. And I would love to be, I would love to say that I'm better than Alessi. And maybe in like 40 years of practice, I could say that I'm better than Alessi now, but I am not better than Alessi. Sorry. And you know what? 99% of the lawyers who get up, because this is something that happens sometimes on YouTube, and I'm not calling anyone out in particular, but like 99% of the lawyers who are like, I could do this. It's like, no, you couldn't. I'm not going to pretend, folks. He's really good. He's just really good. Like, this is really good. That's it. I'm going to slow him down to 1 speed just so that we can, because we might be artificially whatever, but he's really good.
What is the subject matter of the testimony? It's what are the cause of the wounds to the decedent's right arm. I submit that if you ran an artificial intelligence program, you couldn't come up with a more perfect witness for the subject matter of this testimony. Emergency medicine physician, 29 years experience, forensic trained pathologist who has co-authored books on dog bites. She's well-versed in the articles. She is consulted by experts like Dr. Vale that you heard of.
And it's basically, if this guy's not, or, if she's not good enough, if she's not expert enough, then who is? Where would you find an expert on the planet if she's not enough? Like, come on. If you disregard, her, then you have to kick out every expert, because it is rare that you find an expert who's got a CV like hers, right? 100%.
About for these types of issues, the crucial issue of whether she's qualified, to me, is 100% in favor, and I don't believe that you could find another witness more qualified, and that's the crucial inquiry. What's the second prong of the inquiry? After qualifications, is the methodology reliable? That's the second. Whether Mr. Brennan agrees, and 95% of what he argued, that's for cross at trial.
Yes.
But more importantly, that's for...
And this is the thing, is he's doing a cross at trial here in this. And so, like, this is a good call out here because it's, all of this is not really a Daubert attack. It's a cross at trial. And he's like, you can do this cross at trial, but you need to let her get into the trial. Dang.
A jury to determine.
Yes.
That's the job and province of a jury, to determine whether, assuming Mr. Brennan ever gets a doctor to come in and counter Dr. Russell, it's for a jury to decide which expert do we give more weight to.
Can I just say that I think his tie kind of sucks? I do think his tie kind of sucks. Yeah. It just is.
But the focus of this hearing, why are we here? The second prong is
And
the
he's looking at this
methodology.
guy like, damn.
Mr. Brennan, 8 times in just this argument now, and he tried it on cross, said there's absolutely no methodology. Your Honor sat and heard the same thing that all of us heard. She went through her own pattern recognition methodology, especially in redirect, which she did it very thoroughly in a report and very thoroughly on direct. She went through what it is. And importantly, counter to what the Commonwealth just said, she says it's rooted in the medical literature. We just heard the statement that there's no support for it. Demeanor and Pollock.
All right, the guy I want you to look at right now is this guy right here, back right, the deputy or the sheriff or whatever they call him there, back right, because that guy is in courtrooms all the time, right? Sheriffs, deputies, etc. they're in court every day of the week, and when you impress them, you're doing a good job, right? You're doing an excellent job when you get them. And he's sitting there going, "Wow, this is good." Like when you got yeah.
And we walked through, with your Honor's gracious indulgence, we walked through specific sentences and paragraphs where that pattern recognition methodology
He's thinking,
is
damn.
stated. And here's a key. Remember, please, the word pathognomonic. This pattern is so specific that it almost by itself rules out anything else. That's the definition of pathognomonic. And that's the definition that Dr. Russell used.
Okay, whoever's filming this, I want to step through the screen right now, turn around and slap them, because there is no reason to be zooming in on her right now. Stop it. God, stop
highly
it.
characteristic,
No,
but she
don't
did
do
note
this.
and explain what another
That's
study said was
so
pathognomonic.
exploitative and gross.
It's incredible to me that it can be
Don't.
stated that there's no methodology here and that there's no basis for it. It is generally accepted in the medical community. That's the purpose of the Pollock and the Demeanor article, is to establish that it is accepted.
It's gross.
Dr. Russell is not coming here to the court and just testifying, it's my subjective empirical statement. Mr. Brennan tries to do in his argument exactly what an expert rejected and for which he has no support. And that is to say, we got to look at these wound by wound by wound. And he said 0, 0, 0, 5 times 0 is 0. He tried that on cross.
Still zoom.
Dr. Russell rejected that resoundingly. She said, you're missing the point. The point is the pattern. You look at these all together, and it's the pattern that matters. And the authors, Pollock and Demeanor, say that pattern is pathognomonic.
They're not showing
You
her.
really don't even
They're
have to
him.
go
They're showing-
to other causes, although Dr. Russell said she
He's
did
not.
because that's what good, thorough doctors do.
It's not
So
appropriate.
it is incorrect that Dr. Russell didn't explicate a methodology.
Okay, we're
It's
coming back.
incorrect that she didn't explicate that there's a rooting in the medical community and that it's generally accepted. Now let's go to the cases. Mr. Brennan cited to a paint case, etc., but interestingly, and in contrast, in
Oh,
our papers,
come on.
which Mr. Brennan has had for almost a month, and he didn't respond, interestingly. We cited to the Lobello case, the Brinker case, both of which are dog wound injury cases,
Now
not
they're
pain
zooming
cases.
in on Paul O'Keefe.
I know
It's
a
not
little bit about
appropriate.
Lobello because I know a little bit about the firm that sponsored the expert in Lobello. It's my firm, my law firm. And
It's
the
my law
exact
firm.
argument that Mr. Brennan
Nice.
just made was expressly rejected by the court on a dog bite case, a dog wound case. Here's what the court said. The court finds that Dr. Sirota qualified as an expert on the presentation. This is on Westlaw page 10. The court finds Dr. Sirota qualified as an expert on the presentation,
lesson.
treatment, and medical sequelae of an
I'm
attack
taking the
by a
families
dog.
off because it's
Here's
not.
the key.
Yeah.
As explained in his expert report, Dr. Sirota has personally repaired thousands of wounds and lacerations, including wounds and lacerations caused by dog bites. And he's authored a number of peer-reviewed articles in the areas of his certification, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so there is a dog bite case from the Southern District of New York, not an insignificant court, as recent as 2023,
It was the lawyers.
saying a doctor that sees and treats all these, that's reliable. And this was a Daubert challenge, Your Honor. This wasn't an incidental question. The challenge was defendant's motion to preclude expert testimony, albeit federal rules of 702, but we know in Massachusetts it's Daubert-Lanigan. You can satisfy Daubert, the federal, but you also Lanigan, and under Davis, you can have generally accepted in the medical community as well. There's one case. Another dog bite case we cite, Brinker, that Mr.
We're back.
Brennan didn't address is a federal court case in Indiana where same challenge to a doctor about the cause, and it was italicized, the cause of the injury to the person there. And the court basically said in that case that this expert here.
You can hear his voice crack a little bit just because he's in the moment. He's got the passion. He's just like, come on, judge, come on. Yeah.
Year, and they challenged the causation issue.
Well, then they suck.
Said that doctors who have experience in treating them, that's enough in and of itself. We don't need to go into, we know Daubert's flexible. You don't have to use all 5 factors. They're called non-exclusive factors for a reason, which is a good segue now to Massachusetts cases.
I don't mind them showing the judge.
Mr. Brennan's hypothesis is that you can't just have somebody use their years and years of experience. You've got to have something more complicated. We cited the Goodman case, a Massachusetts case, and I'll read the relevant portion. The challenge in that case was to a burn pattern. So it's not a dog.
She's reading along. She's following along. She's not tuned out. She's here. She's with it.
Dog bite case. I want to be clear about that. But it's a burn pattern. And here's what the court said. The foundation for Slowick's methodology, that was the expert here, was simplicity itself. Examine the exterior of the facility for external causes, and finding none, examine the interior of the building to locate the origin of the fire by following the burn patterns. And the court put by following the burn patterns in italics, not me. And so the court basically said, here, it's simple. Just look at the patterns. This person has experience with seeing these patterns. Next case we cite, another Massachusetts case, Pasteur. What's the issue there? Not a dog bite case, I've already given you 2, but a firearm examiner in that case.
And the thing is that burn pattern analysis is kind of suspect. Firearm tool mark analysis is kind of suspect. But if we allow these things in all the time, you got to let the dog bite lady in, because dog bite lady is amazing.
The court said and I'm going to quote, a judge may also look to his, let's get it correct, her, for this case, own common sense, as well as the depth and quality of the proffered expert's education, training, experience, read on, to determine reliability. All right? So even in situations where courts have repeatedly said, including dog bite cases, if a doctor has repeatedly looked at, treated, etc., they get to testify with regard to whether they believe a wound is caused by whatever.
This looks like a knife wound to me. How do you know? Well, because I've seen so many knife wounds. I've seen hundreds of knife wounds. It's obviously a knife wound, right? Yeah, that makes sense to me.
And in the two cases I've given you, dogs. So the law is very
Focusing on
clear
dog bite cases
for
because the other side
what
is
the position is of the defense with regard to methodology, and that's what this hearing's about. That's why we're here. Is her methodology reliable? And there is one methodology. There's a pattern methodology. She testified to it. And the Commonwealth has no competent evidence whatsoever to counter that. It's remarkable to me that we're being faced with the challenge to whether the defense can put up a defense and put up a witness when there's no opposition to her methodology from, as your doctor has, or your honor is required, a medical doctor that is required under law in Massachusetts. I also, Your Honor, want to go to now what the Commonwealth has argued in its papers, which I think further underscores the waywardness of their argument. On page 11 of their papers, the Commonwealth further attempts to criticize, or excuse me, what we said in our papers on page 11, the Commonwealth further attempts to criticize Dr. Russell for being a, quote, trained emergency room physician as opposed to a professional in the field of canine bites or claw marks, veterinary medical science, forensic odontology, or canine behavior. How does that square with your honor's standard that it must be a medical doctor that speaks to the causation of this injury? By definition, a veterinary medical science person is not a medical doctor. A forensic odontologist, most always a dentist, is not a medical doctor. And certainly canine behavior. And why are those words there? Because that describes exactly the expert that the Commonwealth has sat on since the trial, Dr. Cosby. That's him. And in the book that Mr. Brennan attempted to use, Dr. Cosby has written some of those articles, interestingly enough, citing the very articles that Dr. Russell relies upon for the very pattern methodology. So again, the waywardness of the Commonwealth's argument is they're not addressing the need to have a medical doctor. We are not here arguing over whether the dog behaved correctly. We are here to determine, and this is the focus, what is the medical cause of the injuries to the decedent's right arm? And what we have done, perhaps too thoroughly, is we have established the credentials of Dr. Russell, not only with regard to dog bites, but with regard to medical causation, a broader umbrella. And under that umbrella of medical causation is expertise in dog bite wounds, expertise in motor vehicle accidents, but importantly, expertise in wounds caused by motor vehicle accidents. We never presented her as an accident reconstruction because if you need to be a medical doctor to be able to opine on these wounds, I've established through Dr. Russell, and it's unrefuted by the Commonwealth, that Dr. Russell has never heard of someone who's an ER doctor who is an accident reconstructionist. They're two different disciplines. And lastly, on this point, before I move to my next, if an accident reconstructionist is going to come in and try to testify about the nature of wounds, I think I can predict what Your Honor might do. So In terms
I
of
like his
why
sarcasm
we
there.
are here, it's straightforward. Her credentials are enormous. Her experience is enormous. She has been truthful and honest. Your Honor has the notebook for the exhibits for today and can look and see that she did not make inconsistent statements. By way of example, when she said,
he's calling
when
BS
it
on
was
the,
alleged that she said possibly
allegation.
was in the question, not in her answer. When it was alleged that she didn't answer your question to a medical degree of certainty, we proved that that was wrong with specific language. So on the methodology, this is straightforward. In the law, in the cases I've given you, in Massachusetts as well as dog bite cases, it is completely accepted for a medical doctor to use their many years of experience in treating these types of wounds, and that's exactly what Dr. Russell did in this case. Now, a very important, in my judgment, Your Honor, legal point. The Commonwealth has waived its entire motion, and here's how they did.
Okay, I want to hear this. So there's certain ways you can waive an argument, and the most common way you waive something is by not doing it. So, for example, let's say that the other side asks my client who's up on the stand, so isn't it true you cheated on your ex-girlfriend, which is like totally inadmissible and irrelevant. And I just sit there and I do nothing. I do my best hat rack impression. Then on appeal, they will say, well, Runkle, you waived your objection by not objecting, right? So that is the most common way you can inadvertently waive something. But yeah, I need to start another goal, and the new goal is just going to be simple. It is going to be 10 at 5, which is this is just a us cheerleading goal as opposed to anything. But it's Alessi is the real da bomb.
I asked Dr. Russell what I refer to in these Daubert hearings as the magic question. I said, do you have an opinion on the cause of the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm? Yes, I do. What is that opinion? I believe that those wounds were caused by a dog attack. Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty? I do. The Commonwealth never objected to that question. To me, that's a waiver of the entire issue. If they thought she was unqualified to answer that question, they should have done what Mr. Lally did in the June 21st trial. Because another part I've got in the notebook for Your Honor to see is she never got the opportunity at the June 21 trial to answer the question of whether she had that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, because Mr. Lally objected, as is his right, and Your Honor sustained it, and sustained it, and sustained it. That's yet another reason why it's not inconsistent, because at the June 21 trial, she never got to answer that question because of the Commonwealth. But back to the waiver. The Commonwealth should have, at that moment in the hearing, objected, but they didn't, and they have waived that objection for this motion. Lastly, I want to just cover a couple more items that Mr. Brennan had quickly. He kept saying, can't be, equally basis, evidence wholly contradicted. Where's the medical profession to support that? Those are Mr. Brennan's opinions. And respectfully, Your Honor, I don't believe that's even for the court in this hearing to decide. That's for the jury to decide. As almost all of these cases go to, the Labello case that I cited, those arguments go to the weight of the testimony. They go to cross-examination. As Your Honor well knows, you're the gatekeeper to see whether Dr. Russell gets to go to the jury, whether you're going to keep that gate open that I believe you very carefully and judiciously decided on June 18th. And I respectfully submit that gate should be much wider open now, given what Your Honor has heard and the basis for it. But even if Your Honor might be inclined to be interested with, maybe even persuaded by some of the things Mr. Brennan said, those have nothing to do to whether there's a methodology or whether it's reliable. Those are easily answered by Demeanor and Pollock. And that's the end of the inquiry. Everything else is beside the point. With regard to the DNA that the Commonwealth has tried to make so much about, there was only one reason why that was brought up. It was brought up because Dr. Russell answered she didn't need to know much about the DNA. Why? Because the pattern of the wounds are so highly characteristic of a dog bite and a dog attack, and because the authors used the word pathognomonic. But because she was careful, she went through the differential diagnosis, but she was consistently honest and forthright. When she didn't know something, she said so. So in terms of this particular matter, and I'll conclude my points at this point and keep to below the 20-minute mark.
30 minutes.
I'm sorry, 30-minute mark.
I think he just misspoke. I don't think, because I think that's been, yeah, I don't know. This is awesome.
The tremendous importance of a defendant's right, especially in charges of this seriousness, to present a defense, to present a counter argument to the whole theory of the prosecutor's case. Their theory is that a motor vehicle hit the decedent and caused these injuries to the right forearm. The presumption should be the defendant gets the right to present evidence. Now, they don't have an absolute right. You got to satisfy Daubert, but I believe the satisfaction on the crucial inquiry of qualifications and then the methodology and reliability is overwhelming. So, Your Honor, I would urge that Your Honor find that Dr. Russell is qualified. She's qualified as a medical causation witness, which has her able to not only testify at trial with regard to whether those wounds are caused by a dog attack, but also she can testify, and she's qualified to do so, that it's not from a motor vehicle accident. And she's also allowed to testify with regard to her forensic pathology hat, because contrary to the impression of the first in June, she's been doing forensic pathology as recently as her time at Courtroom. And my last point, Your Honor, is this, and it blends in with the point I made earlier about the jury. Shouldn't a jury be able to hear the alternative theory of the defense? Shouldn't the jury have that information so that justice can be served, so that the best decision can be made about whose theory about these injuries is right? We've satisfied, beyond my view, respectfully, any reasonable doubt about her qualifications and methodology. Let's let everything else go to the jury and decide, so Ms. Reed can have her fair day in court.
Okay. Thank you. We have some
Well done.
scheduling things that we should take care of. There's another motion from the Commonwealth on another Daubert hearing regarding the digital evidence expert.
There is, and also like on these documents, when I filed a notice to the court regarding my concerns about ARCA witnesses, and the reason I filed that prior to filing an actual motion is because I appreciate the trial court date, and I do not want the defense to be unaware of my intention.
I'm being told that I need to promise you the New York City clip for if we hit the goal. If we hit the goal, I will absolutely run the New York City clip. Yeah.
All right. So let's set a date for a Daubert hearing. Any idea how long you expect it will take regarding the digital evidence expert?
Well, Your Honor, when you say a Daubert hearing, you don't mean an evidentiary hearing, you mean a hearing on whether or not an evidentiary hearing is required.
So we can do that tomorrow, or we can
Well, I
set
can't
it,
do it tomorrow.
well, then we'll stay now and do that. Are you ready to do that, Mr. Jackson?
We just got this on January 31st.
Okay,
We've not had an opportunity to respond to
just
it.
December 31st, probably,
What did I say?
January.
Yes. On New Year's Eve. We've not had an opportunity to respond to it. We expect
Okay.
to have an opportunity to respond to it.
How long will it take you to respond to it?
Probably a couple of weeks.
All right, so what I want to do, because I want to set some dates, and if we're not going to have a hearing, we'll cancel it. It's easier than getting the motion, deciding that there'll be a hearing, and setting a date, because we're sticking with that April 1st trial date.
I understand that, but the problem with setting a date for a hearing and an evidentiary hearing requires us to bring someone in from out of state.
You know, so what I'm saying is, file your paperwork,
Okay,
all right? We'll set a date for a hearing.
okay.
We'll set an evidentiary hearing date. I just want to lock those in. I'm trying to do them on Mondays or Fridays for you, thinking that it would be better for your schedule if we tried to accommodate that. But we've got a full session, so,
Mr. Brennan and I talked briefly, I don't want to speak for him, but we talked briefly about the January 27th date. I think all council have that date cleared because it was a trial date at one point in
right.
our history. So what about the 27th for the motion on Mr. Brennan's Daubert request?
On all witnesses, not just that, you said you're filing,
The only one he's got is for Rick Green.
what did you file a notice of, you said today?
Notice that I expect that I will likely move to exclude the ARPA witnesses that failure to comply with Rule 14. It's not a Daubert hearing,
Okay,
it's compliance with Rule 14.
okay, so that's different.
Yes. I am waiting for a response from the United States Attorney's Office that we're supposed to expect next week.
Okay,
If that changes my position, I'll notify the defense and the court. If it doesn't, then I'm going to pursue that motion.
okay.
Aaron, may we be seen briefly at time on scheduling?
Now they're going to have the static. Do we have anything other than the static? Nope, that's the end of it. All right. So all we have left is static. Okay. The new goal does not appear to be moving. It's at 0 out of 10. So I think we're not going to worry about that too much. But we do have some super chats. Michelle says, I think this will be frustrating, but interesting. I really liked Alessi's testimony. And Isaiah says, I really like the format of his motion. Everything was well laid out. Ms. Pete says they brought him in just for Dr. Russell. I think he's staying on for, for a bit more. I think he's got more to come. And damn, he is moving. He is, I was impressed. And I mean, he wants to take another run at the ARCA guys. He wants like I think we're going to have to see what all is going on this one. But I think he's, we're going to go over the Rule 14 motion and what it's about and what it's, that. Now, a lot of guys are saying like that. A lot of guys are like inclined to bash Brennan as a lawyer. And I think that that's a poor approach. Brennan is a good lawyer. I thought Brennan did a great job. I thought Brennan was, he pissed me off because he was doing a thing, right? And I think the concern that people should have is that Brennan is good and he's gonna be much more impressive at this than Lally is. So you got to be prepared. This is going to be a different trial. It's going to be a whole thing. I thought a bunch of his arguments were not all that great, but the thing is that he's good at turning straw into gold. And that is something you got to watch out for. I think he is, this is the thing. Brennan is skilled and I dislike him. And that's the thing is I would hire Brennan. Like I would be happy to bring, bring Brennan on if I was charged with something. I'd be like, now I don't think I can afford Brennan. But he actually did a really good job. It's also dangerous. The riskiest way to handle Brennan is to underestimate him. Absolutely. And I can tell you, I don't think Jackson, Yannetti, or Alessi are underestimating Brennan. I think that they're going back and they are redoing and reassessing and redoubling their efforts. And we're going to see, I'm just going to say, we're going to see one hell of a fight. I think the retrial on this one is going to be excellent to go watch. So, yeah. Brennan is making $250 an hour for this, if I remember correctly. That seems low. Who's paying for all of this redo? The taxpayers. Well, the taxpayers and also Karen Reed. So I see somebody saying with a max of 75,000. What? I see somebody saying that there was more. I didn't see any more. No, the more is just it just focuses on Karen Reed right up until it ends. So yeah, if you're wondering who's paying for it, it is this. That's who's paying for it. We also got to do this. Cheryl Moran, thanks for the coverage of this. Thank you so much. 75 grand. Brennan is basically doing this for free because I can tell you that I see somebody says there's more on a non-court TV stream. What else is there? What is the more on it? Because I don't know if is it worth going to? I got to, people are saying that we've got the 75 or we've got the thing. So we're going to roll this.
Well, this stuff made New York City. New York City.
75,000. I can tell you that it doesn't take long to get that on a civil file. So it would not surprise me if this was would not surprise me if he is kind of getting underpaid. So I don't know why Brennan's in on this. Maybe Brennan is a true believer. Maybe Brennan is he thinks she's guilty and he wants to come in there. Maybe Brennan wants to do this to make a name. I think he's already got a name, but maybe he wants to sort of use this as advertising. The end was dates. Okay, we can figure that out. Scheduling the dates, we don't really need to see. We can just look that up. We don't nearly need to watch that. Maybe he's running to be DA. Maybe he's running to be a judge. I don't know, right? I don't know what his aim is at this, but I can't say that he I can't say that. Hank Brennan believes Whitey Bulger wasn't an FBI informant. He's full of the thing is he's a lawyer. He's required to argue his client's position. So if his client says I was not an FBI informant, then his job is to argue that, even if he believes it or not. So Jessica says, can someone explain the Rule 14? So the vague argument on this one is, and for the ARCA people, we'll go over it in a video. We'll do that. But the vague argument is basically because the ARCA guys are FBI affiliated, that he can't get the full information on their project and on their work and on all of that. So therefore, it should be excluded because he doesn't have access to the full information. But I think it needs to be a whole thing. I think it can't just be, we're not going to do just the Rule 14 discussion as just the end of it because I skimmed it earlier. And we need to give it some time. It's not a one-off. So thank you guys all for joining me on this one. I hope that was a good summary. As I said, my prediction, my seeing into the future is that Judge Canone, I expect, will allow this expert to testify. I do expect that the expert's going to be allowed to testify, but we're going to get a decision later, which is not surprising. And we'll see. I mean, I could be wrong, but I think she's going to allow the testimony. Defense is probably going to re-predict or re-prep Dr. Russell to cover some of those gaps. And we've got a little foreshadowing as to what the cross will look like. And we're going to see a very different trial. We're going to see a very different trial than we saw before. Lally is out. Brennan is in. And Brennan, even though he makes me mad, I still got to go, well, he's got some game. Like, you just got to recognize he's got some game. So I know a lot of people wanted me to come on here and to slam like Brennan and say Brennan's a piece of shit, and Brennan, and I mean, he might be a piece of shit, but I'm not going to come on and tell you he's a bad lawyer, because I don't think so. I think he is we'll see. I mean, we'll also see that he will have he's going to have a very different approach. We're not going to see the endless meandering into, was it snowing? And we're not going to see the endless meandering into, well, were there high tops or low tops? We're not going to see the endless wastes of time that pissed us off and made us want to go to sleep. We're going to see a guy who's going for the throat from beginning to end of this thing. And it's going to be a knife fight. That's what we're looking at. So, yeah. Gwynny Blythe, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Yeah, and we're not going to see this. Who, if anyone, was driving the ambulance? We're going to see it's going to be a very different trial. And we'll just have to see it. But, yeah. I see somebody saying, but is he too unlikable? I bet he can turn the unlikable off. And my bet here is that he's trying to make this witness hate him. He's trying to make Dr. Russell hate him so that he can come in at trial and be like, I am the sweetest person ever. And why is she being mean to me? Because I am the sweetest ever person. I am honey and dew and milk. And why is she throwing all this shit at me? And it's going to be, she's throwing shit at him because she remembers him being as a dick. But he's going to come in and the jury's not going to have seen it. And so he's going to be like, I am all innocent. And this mean witness is so biased because she hates me. And watch for it. Right. So I bet if I'm the defense, I am telling Dr. Russell after this, you need to be super, super sweet. Bring in a Werther's original and offer her a Werther's original from the witness stand, right? Son, would you like a candy? When I get to be her age, if I'm ever having to testify in a trial, I am going to bring Werther's originals, if they still exist then, so that I can offer them to people from the stand. So yeah, and this is the thing. She did fall from some of his traps. She did get pissed off a bit. She did get upset. She did get angry. She didn't like this condescending little shit. And they're going to have to talk to her about yeah, he's going to be a condescending, arrogant little shit. And you got to let him go. So anyway, thank you all for joining me. I'm going to wrap it up here and we'll see you guys soon. There's going to be stuff on Monday. Again, January 23rd in Vegas, there's going to be a meetup. I got to figure out the bar. I'm going to do some additional research on that. Hopefully I will find a bar soon that we can have a little meetup in. Thank you guys all for joining me, and see you soon, and maybe see you in Vegas. Good night, all.